Greetings, everybody. This is Cassandra-Floyd, also known as the Daughter of the Fates, founder of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. And I am back at your ass. So, gonna go get right into it because I'm gonna try to be what was the word I wanted to use? I'm gonna try to be more thoughtful in my more thoughtful. Oh man, damn. Well, I wasn't that thoughtful. God damn it. Forgot to see if I can figure out how to rig this because and all this studying I was doing forgot to charge my phone. Child, let me resolve my phone shit. Here. Might just do it. All right, just give me a second. Let me try to figure out this quandary here. Tyrants. Let's see. All right. Yes. Okay. I think this might just do the trick. Oh, thank you for the donation, Java Watson. Greetings, Sage Page. All right. It may still not do the trick, but we shall see. Hope everybody is doing well. Yet again, I spent way more time studying just for a specific thing than I intended to. I can't wait till I have all these that might do it, Chad. That might do it. All these content creators that have like teams that can help them with their channels. I need that more than because I feel like I could get so much more to you. I could put y'all on so much better game if I had a team, baby. If I had a team. So we'll get to it. We'll get there. Let's see if that's gonna work. If I don't. Ooh. Let's see. Nope. Don't look like my attempts at African ingenuity is gonna make that happen. And I just didn't even think that I had my nose so in what I was doing that I let my damn phone run down. Yeah, I just don't see it. Let's see. Let me see if I can get a rig this real quick, child. Hold on. Okay. Let's see. It's not going to work. All right. Got all these books up here. It's like every 2 weeks I'm cleaning off my desk. All right. Because I really want. I just for my lives, for whatever reason, when I stream live through my IG, I just get way more engagement. Let's see if that's gonna work. Come on, be nice. When I say rigging this, yeah. Come on. Oh, I think I did it. I think I did it. Let's go. And you know what? Let me do one more thing. That. And that. Okay, and that. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, let's do. Okay, my head gonna look big, but I think we can do it. Okay. All right. Okay. Now to resituate all my books without causing a catastrophe. All right. Cool. All right. We in here. No, I'm always telling y'all to be looking for the little blessings, looking for the little I see you, Java Watson. I ate a little bit ago. Anyway, I'm always telling y'all, look for the majesty in the mundane, being aware. I'm sorry about my IG, but I had to ghetto rig the whole setup so I could have it plugged up because I forgot to plug my phone. So I know I'm looking like real up on y'all, but that's just how it is. So anyway, let me tell you what happened. I went yesterday after about 5 hours of sitting in this chair to go grab something to eat. And I was walking back and I found on the road on the way back a little bowing bull. Can y'all see that? That little bowing bull. Look at that. See that little bowing bull? And he's heavy. It's not like lightweight. See this little bowing bull that I found while I was walking back from the restaurant yesterday? Look at that, right? Just like right on the road, right? Now let me tell you about this bowing bull. Because right before I was like, oh, this is nice. I love this little nod from the universe, right? But let me tell you, I didn't even realize how. Cut it out. Don't y'all even start. Cut it out. I didn't even know how much of a little blessing it was until just an hour ago when I started watching this video to kind of get like the 411. Get out of there. Get out. Boy, that ain't yours. Get out of there. Hey, man, that's what you got your own for. Hold on, because y'all doing too much. You little bitty, come here. Come here. Here, boy. This yours. Here. Ciao. Say hey. Hey. These little monstrous tyrants. Y'all don't even know. Y'all don't even know, do they? Ooh, the cute squishiness. But these 5 little jokers is tyrants. When I tell y'all they swinging off everything, hanging off everything, climbing up everything, child, as soon as they poke their heads out from the dark and got their little sea legs up under them, child, it was on and popping. They is up in here giving me hell. Okay? They is up in here giving me hell. Cutie patooties. Every book has been, 3 of them are sleeping on top of the books right now. Child, listen. Anyway, go on about your life. Go on about your life, little baby. So anyway, I didn't realize. So I got it yesterday, the little bowing bull, you feel me? And for those of you who do not know, the bull, which is the Taurus, right, is ruled by Venus, aka Oshun, right? So anyway, I was like, oh, what a beautiful little nod from Mama Oshun yesterday on my walk back from getting something to eat. Just about an hour ago, I sat down here to start, just taking some mental notes to prep for the week for the upcoming astrology. Everything has been so chaotic over the last few weeks. And I haven't really been, as y'all have noticed, I haven't really been disciplined about checking in on the astrology, putting y'all up on game based on my, interpretation of the upcoming astrological events, right? So I'm listening to, what's her name? Lori Lothian on Lunatic Astrology. And I was just looking while I was researching some other stuff that is tied to the title of this here live. And let's see. When does it happen? Where is it? I can't even believe I didn't write it down. I was just taking scribble notes everywhere. But this month, she was just talking about how huge this month was because of all the things that were happening this month. Okay, so let's see. I wrote that somewhere else too. Where did I write that? That I don't need. Child, when I tell y'all I got a monstrous amount of notes, and this was me calling myself trying to condense. Let's see. Please don't start after I done fed y'all. I'm not fed y'all when I did try to keep y'all calm because y'all do too much. Hey, I thought I wrote it down. I guess I didn't. Well, anyway, this month for whatever reason I didn't write the date down. I think it already happened. The 7th through the 9th. That's what it was. So the 7th the 7th, Uranus entered Taurus, which is the little bull. Uranus entered Taurus. Okay. Now, so I'm just going to tell y'all what I have on these notes really quick because we're going to actually, you know what? I'm going to do something else. I'm going to, okay. You want to go back outside before I get started, boy? You want to go outside? Hold on. Sounds like having children. Come on, boy. Come on. You trying to come too? All right. So, okay. So listen, today, let me pull myself into my head because as soon as I got up on here, I was into a bunch of things, feeding 8 cats and doing all this stuff. Okay, cool. Let me come back into my head, come back to my space. Okay, so I want to open up. For those of you who are just tuning in, I'm Cassandra-Floyd, also known as the Daughter of the Fates, founder of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. Talking about the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, today is the 9th. Today is the 9th. You feel me? And so today being the 9th, we are literally 2 days away from the 3-year anniversary of the founding of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. That's on November 11th. You understand? And I know it's a holiday for some of y'all, but that's when the temple was founded. It was November 11th. And so that's happening. That's coming up. And I'll be honest, I don't have nothing planned for it because the last 2 weeks in particular, but really since the week, oh man, literally since the week, you know what? Before I even turned 50, it has been a whirlwind of outrageousness. And yeah, we're just going to close out all of these. Hopefully it won't. Yeah, let's try that because it feels like it's slow. Let me try one more thing. Okay, that's it. Okay. All right. So it's just been a whirlwind and constantly trying to like jump back on a schedule, on a rhythm. You feel me? So with that being said, the temple turns 3 in 2 days. And I don't have anything planned. That I'm just going to have to let happen organically. Been thinking about like maybe doing some kind of Zoom thing. I don't know, but it's 48 hours from now. You feel me? I'm going to do something for it, but that's going to be completely spontaneous. And it's going to be the kind of thing that I end up, not only that, it's going to be the 1-year anniversary on the 19th, which is also a big day astrologically. It's also going to be the 1-year anniversary of that huge ritual that we did on in Mount Washington. There was about 65 of you who participated via Zoom in that ritual that we did on Mount Washington on November 19th last year, which was the official day that Pluto stationed into or entered fully into Aquarius after 2 years of having seesawed back and forth in between Capricorn and Aquarius. The reason that this is significant is because it is the primary astrological event that is governing every other major astrological event that's happening. Like there's so many once in a millennia, once in a lifetime, once in several lifetime astrological events that have been happening over the last 3 years, and we still have several more to go. They're all since February 20th of 2022, they are all happening within the context, one, of America's first Pluto returns, which was Pluto in Aquarius, and within that Pluto, that lasted the 2 years. That America's first Pluto return lasted from February 20th of 2022 until November 19th of 2024 last year when we did that ritual on the mountain. Okay. So the reason that this is important is because Pluto entering into Aquarius for the first time in 248 years, also representing America's first Pluto returns, is hugely significant. First of all, Pluto entered into Aquarius officially November 19th of last year and will remain there until 2044. 2044. If you want to get more intimate, deep breakdowns of what a Pluto return means, of what Pluto in Aquarius means, I taught a 7-week workshop leading up to February 20th, 2022, that year. So as we entered into the new year, every week leading up to February 20th, I taught a different aspect. I had different guests on that I interviewed about the economic implications and the spiritual implications, and what is Pluto in Aquarius according to Ifa tradition. And I interviewed a priest, and so I have all of those videos from that workshop that I taught loaded onto this here YouTube channel, so you can check those out if you want to go back and get the nitty gritty of why everybody on this continent, in particular, everybody on the globe, but everybody in the United States of America in particular, should be every single solitary aspect of your day. The understanding of your day, the understanding of what's happening in the world should be preceded with the fact that we are in the United States of America, that we are functioning in a period in history, historically categorized, if you will, as a Pluto return on a birth chart of any nation, and how this sets the stage for everything that will be. It is age defining, it is era defining, millennia defining. It is the way we understand all that has the potential into extreme radicals to come to fruition, based on how the majority are taking advantage of, learning, paying attention to this potentially game changing period in human history. This, what most people would call a liminal period, this space in between all things, all pasts, all future potentials, all presents. This is the moment that we are in. And fortunately for us, that moment that we have the opportunity to change everything in our favor for a change, we still have until 2044 to take advantage of that. Now, I'm going to tell you, there are other hugely significant, magnanimous, once in a millennia, once in a generation, once in a lifetime astrological occurrences unfolding in real time, starting this year, that if we do not take advantage, and what I mean by take advantage is to refuse someone else laying the line, setting the terms, articulating their personification, their understanding of what the world is, and then we just hop on that and ride that out. No. This period, governed by, led by, oh my God, oh my God, oh shit, oh, hold on, God damn, how did I not see this? Damn, yo, oh, God damn it. Oh, shit. Hold on. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Ooh. Who else? Oh, shit. Is that it? Uh-uh. Oh my God. Holy son of a bitch. Woo. Y'all, I am having a whole ass breakthrough. How did that just happen like that? It can't be right. Listen. Woo. Listen. When I say, oh God, when I say age defining, empire ending, I've heard me say it a million times in a million different ways. Age defining, world changing, perspective changing, global paradigm shifting. This space we in right here, from the moment that Pluto entered into Aquarius for the first time in 248 years in this here United States of America on February 20th of 2022 until I think it's January of 2044. This what we got. This generation of thinking, reasoning, you know what I'm saying? Like thinking adult human beings. This is our time. Is what I'm trying to tell you. This moment is what we were born for. This moment is why we've all been feeling frustrated. This moment is why we've always been feeling like trapped in our bodies, like somehow our spirit is a million times bigger than the body that we holding it in, and so we constantly feel frustrated and weighed down and burdened. It is because this moment is requiring the releasing. Oh, God damn it. Ooh. Oh, God. Child, listen. And when I tell y'all every freaking single solitary second of the day, your mother has something to say to you if you will sit your ass down and listen. If you sit your ass down and listen, she got something to say to you, and it's not subtle no more. It's not like small and teeny weeny no more. It's big, it's gargantuan. So let me tell you, because I got some things I want to tell you before I get into the meat of what I want to talk to y'all about. This is the time. And I'm sitting here today getting ready for this and just going through a little digression from my studies to see what these stars have to say, since I have not done that in several weeks. I haven't talked to y'all about it in several weeks, about what's happening in the sky and what our heavenly siblings are attempting to tell us, attempting to teach us. So Uranus, that's how I got on this thing. I was like, I went to the Chinese restaurant yesterday to get myself some hot and sour soup because I haven't eaten. I've been terrible about eating because I've been studying so much. And walking back, I found this little golden bull calf right on the sidewalk where I was walking home. Right, I was like, okay, nod from the goddess. Yeah, Oshun up in the crib. But not only Oshun, because even though Venus governs Taurus, the golden bull calf, what does Ifa tradition tell us about the bull? Is that that this is Oya's animal. This Oya baby right here, huh? That what they are perfectly describing in the book of Revelations, when they talk about the whore of Babylon, she who rides on a horned beast, donning garbs of purple and magenta, carrying a golden goblet of the iniquities of the nations. That's all y'all. Why would they be upset about this woman who sits on top of a buffalo or a bull, you feel me, donning garments of magenta and purple and carrying a golden goblet full of the iniquities of the nations, huh? And she is, what is Oya? The book of Revelations, baby. Oh my, the book of Revelations, the entire book, is about the dawn of this new age that will be brought upon us by the goddess Oya. You cannot make me believe anything other than that. Her literal name means the great revealer, she who removes the mask so that your enemies can be seen and judged. She who puts on the mask to get closer to her enemies. What is the two-sided mask? Shit. What does the two-sided mask sound like? That little the happy mask and the sad mask, the black mask and the white mask, right? The duality of the one. Haven't we been talking about this for months now? All of this twin energy showing up in every place, and it's been so in our face for so long that we didn't even see it until that damn movie Sinners came out. And as soon as we saw it, we could not unsee it. It's literally everywhere. It's literally everywhere, right? And so I found this little knot and then came home and today and got up in here to start studying about what are the big astrological notes that we should be taking advantage of this month. That the temple, so this shit here, man, on my YouTube, and there ain't nothing else I can do because there ain't nothing else that's open, but I can see the shit dragging for no reason. I don't have no apps open. Shit stupid, yo. Hold on. Sorry about that, you guys here on IG having some probably state orchestrated interruption on my YouTube stream. Okay. Can you guys see me or can you hear me? Thumbs up in the comment, like in the comments for me. Those of you who are on YouTube, who are watching from YouTube. Am I back? Okay, cool. All right, good. All right. So anyway, what I was saying is so Uranus just okay, and somebody was saying something that I wanted to write down because I just saw Sage Page says tonight the moon is close to the Gemini twin. So see, I didn't even know that. Okay, and it's the 9th. Okay, so I feel like, okay, before I get into this, because I feel like I'm going to spend a little bit more time on this than I had initially calculated for. So I want to backtrack yet again. What I want to do, the temple is turning 3 on November 11th, Tuesday. I want today to be the official reignition, if you will. Yeah, the reignition for the and I'll make it more official. So that I will do tomorrow, but today is the day I'm telling you I want to reignite the and refocus the ritual that we began on May 20th of this year, and that we closed out on August 25th, which was the global conspiracy to right all wrongs. Okay, we're going to reinitiate the collective recitation of the global conspiracy to right all wrongs starting today when I do it for you. I will resend out the new the link. So the conspiracy is still on my Etsy store. So you can get it there with all the instructions, what we're going to be doing, and all of that stuff. Okay, so if you need that, email me at evoemetemp@gmail.com. We're going to reinitiate that, and I'm not going to say much more than that, other than those of you who participated know that from May 20th of this year to August 25th of this year, we who were involved, who in the know, were reciting together what basically came as an inspiration as the global conspiracy to right all wrongs. The reason for it, very short Cliff Notes version, was this year on May 20th was the 1700, exactly, the 1700th anniversary of the first Council of Nicaea, which established for the first time in history a one world order under a one world state ordained religion called Roman Catholicism, that in its birth on May 20th of 325 AD, its birth came as the consequence of 318 men from the known Roman Empire, which was all of the Mediterranean, most of Europe, most of Eastern Asia, and most of Northern Africa. Constantine had conquered what most had believed was the known world at the time, and made a call to the spiritual leaders, the mystics, the scientists, the astrologers and astronomers, those who were part of cult traditions and secret societies, to come from all over the known empire and be locked behind closed doors from May 20th, 325 AD to August 25th, 325 AD. And in this closed door meeting of all these men from all over the known empire, men, white men, men of color, Greeks, Romans, Nordics, the like, behind closed doors in that 3-month period, they literally shaped the world. That event that happened on May 20th, 325 AD, this year being the 1700th anniversary of, we are still feeling the full-on impacts of this conspiracy that these men wove together behind closed doors 1700 years ago. And so our ambition was at least nominally to use the one instrument that we have completely at our disposal right now, which is the power of our ashe every time we open our mouth, to every day at 11:11 universal time. So adjusting our time from wherever we was, 11:11 universal time, that we would together out loud outside recite the global conspiracy to right all wrongs. We did that every day from May 20th to August 25th. And just like most of you, we could see the evidence of the impact. But I feel like one of the reasons that I have been feeling so kind of out of place and subdued, really, I'll be honest, subdued since we completed the ceremony on August 25th. From that period till now, I've just been feeling like discombobulated, like out of sorts, out of self, right? And over the last 2 days, I'm like, we can't stop. We just have to do this shit unendingly. And then, every strategic event shift the focus. And in this process, I'm going to tell you why, especially yesterday, why I had this epiphany that we have to reinitiate the global conspiracy to right all wrongs. And as a matter of fact, I'll go ahead and say now that there are, 15, at least that I could find so far. There are 15 islands. I don't know why islands, but I have a sneaking suspicion that too is thoughtful and deliberate. There are 15 islands, at least that we know of right now today, that have been functioning for very long periods of time, right? Long periods of time. 15 islands on the planet, different traditions on the planet that are and have always been prohibited to the presence of women. These 15 islands that exist, I don't even know what made me seek it out, maybe search it, you feel me? But these 15 islands are male only, men only islands, all of which are islands that have been what do you call it? What's the word? that have had legislation, governmental protection and legislation to forever ban not only women, child, not only women, female animals, with the exception of cats and I think that's it. Oh, cats and chickens. Yeah, I told you I've been in a vortex for weeks. I've been in a vortex. You understand? And so these 15 islands, can't no females be up on there under governmental protection. Not only that, several of them have within the last 20 years become a part of the or have been recognized as UNESCO. What do they call it? UNESCO heritage sites. Several of them. It's so interesting to me because I saw a documentary. I remember why I went into this wormhole about this, because I was just looking for a quick image of where Epstein Island was so I could get a picture of that temple that they built on Epstein Island. And that sent me on a wormhole because I'd seen months ago a little short documentary about this island off the coast of Greece that it's like 2,000 Catholic priests, monks, live on this island off the coast of Greece. And how the wealthiest of the wealthy have created this organization called Friends of whatever the name of the island is. I forget the name of it. Here it is. It's called Friends of Mount Athos. So FOMA, I think, is the name of the organization. Created by the wealthiest of the wealthiest men the globe over, that have specifically pulled together their resources under this organization called the Friends of Mount Athos to fund, to give all these resources to these 2,000 priests that live on this island. And in the documentary that I saw, child, there was a room that the monk was saying, typically we don't let nobody up in here if they ain't a priest, right? But since this was the first time that I guess they were allowing like press, like media, to see the island, it's like, since you've been given the go ahead, I'm gonna let you come up in here, but don't you touch shit. Feel me? And he opens this massive ass like vault, like a bank vault, like an old school bank vault with a big old door and shit. He opens this massive ass vault, and the amount of extraordinary wealth up in this vault. He proceeds to tell a story about how there was only one time that the sanctity of the island came up under assault, and this was during the Nazi takeover, the rise of the Third Reich, and how the Nazis was posting up all over Europe to basically seize territory. And this place, because Hitler was an esotericist, you feel me? This place came upon the radar of Hitler, and so Hitler demanded a tour of the island, since Greece was one of the places that he had his sights set on. Anyway, baby, let me tell you what happened. This priest proceeds to tell the interviewer that his ambition was to get up in here, Hitler, to come up in here and to see what he was in a position to take possession of once his regime won. And so the interview was like, man, this is really fascinating. So what happened? He was like, well, we sat him down, we gave him a tour of the entire area, and we sat down with him and we had a deep and long conversation. And he left this island based on what we showed him and what we told him, He left this island saying that while I am in power, this place is forever protected. That's what Hitler said. That while I'm in power, this place is forever protected. The interviewer asked, well, what y'all told him? He was like, that will remain a secret. Y'all. And then this is my little list of all the islands, at least that I could find, where women are forbidden to come. That island that I'm telling you about, they're in the last, because it's been there for forever. As a matter of fact, let me tell you what else they said about this island is how they keep time. How they keep time on this island has never changed since the founding of the island, which I didn't even write down, but if I recall, was during the age of Constantine II. That's how long the island been there. That's how long all these men been living on the island. And since Constantine II. And so they have been keeping time, which he explained how their time works and how modern time is completely different from how they keep time. That their timekeeping methods have not changed since Constantine II. Not only that, the thing about females on the island, to the point that they cannot have cows, they cannot have dogs, they cannot have any. The only female animals they allow on the island is cats, so that they can stay in control of the rats, and the chickens, so that they can have eggs. I think maybe I'm wrong, but anyway, that's it, right? And so the guy was like, why such a strict, law about females? And he was like, because our position since Constantine II, y'all, is that the only female that we need to focus on is the great mother of our Lord Jesus, the Virgin Mary. Here, every ceremony that you see, every song you hear sung is sang to the great Virgin Mary. That is the focus of our ceremony on this island. She's the only female we need. The only female energy we need up here on this here island. Now, I saw this documentary months ago, and I was like, ooh, the subtext. You feel me? Fast forward to last night when I'm on here looking for Epstein's Island. And I was like, you know what? Let me go back, see how many islands there are where there ain't nobody permitted but men. The second island is off the coast of Japan. It is called Okinoshima, right? And it is a ancient Shinto kami shrine. Women, when asked why women are forbidden, and it went up on the UNESCO heritage site thing in 2017. When asked why females are not permitted to be up on this island, beautiful, mountainous, extraordinary island, why women are not permitted to be on this. It's months ago that I saw this documentary about this Catholic monastery in Greece, and I'll be damned if last night this motherfucker said the reason that females are not allowed on this island is because this island is centered around the worship of the creator deity, who is a female, and this female deity is offended by menstrual blood, child. That it is our belief, based on this ancient female deity, that all blood, but particularly menstrual blood, would, what did he say? Would desecrate the whole island. So yet again, another whole ass island of men worshiping a female deity that is forbidden to women. And so why am I telling y'all this? There's one in Sri Lanka. There's another one off the coast of Japan. Child, this place is not even a monastery. But let me just tell you this last one. The last one, there's two places that are not religious places where women are banned. One of the places, not only women are banned, but any person under the age of 18 is forbidden in this place. Okay. The first place that's forbidden is in Afghanistan. When I read this article about why this particular place called Band-e Amir, Afghanistan, why this particular place is banned to women, that the reason this particular place is banned to women, and in the article they show you images of it, unbelievably beautiful. Now, Afghanistan is the desert, but this place is extremely mountainous and a massive aquifer, a massive, beautiful like lake in the middle of this desert location in Afghanistan. And women are forbidden, and they have only been forbidden since the Taliban took over 3 years ago. That it was the first place forbidden for women to be, right? But it is the first in a long list of intended places to be banned to women under the Taliban, because the Taliban is limiting and restricting females' access to, quote, public places. And so there's one place in the desert that's bountiful with water and mountains, and people have historically gone there to picnic and to hang out and to swim in the water. Women are forbidden since the Taliban took over 3 years ago, as the beginning stages of a long list of forbidden locations to females in Afghanistan. The second place was in Germany. This place, I didn't even write the name down. This place that women and people under the age of 18 are forbidden to go is literally just a long street that's several blocks long, but permanently like under security, 24-hour security, was this little stretch of road under Nazi Germany was notorious for prostitution. This was under the Nazi regime. Was notorious for prostitution. And ever since the Third Reich cleaned house on this little strip of road, from that day to this, Hitler gone, Third Reich gone, from that day to this little stretch of road, which is a huge shopping district, is forbidden under 24-hour armed security for women to enter and for anyone under the age of 18. Mm-hmm. There's a place in Sri Lanka. Oh, there's another place. Hold on. The Shinto goddess that they worship, she is known as the goddess of the sun and sea. The goddess of the sun and sea. There's another place off the coast of Greece, another island off the coast of Greece called Metoria, and in Thessaly. And it is notorious because this here movie has been based on the history of this island, what the island is for, what the island communicates without saying a word. I found it so interesting. The scores of movies that have been shot on this island where women are forbidden to be in Metoria. Thessaly, Greece. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes. So anyway, the reason I say that, the reason I got on that within the context of reinitiating the global conspiracy to right all wrongs is because I have told you, I saw somebody up on here just a second ago make a comment. Let's see. What does it say? Fontella Tyson says that makes us stronger. The less I'm liked, the more I realize my power. That's not the point. And I'm pretty sure you probably, your name doesn't seem familiar. You probably haven't been following me very long, and that's cool. But let me just put you up on game. About 15, 20 years ago, there was, not even that long ago, it was under Pope Francis. All the hardcore, like, black nationalist, like, conspiracy theorists, like the black man is God-ist type of folk, several years ago under Pope Francis, not just Pope Francis, it might have been 20 years ago, but the one right before him, I forget his name. But anyway, they were making these grand displays of allowing the media to come into the Vatican while they did their supplication at the feet of the Black Madonna that is housed there in the Vatican. And the Pope would get on his belly, you feel me, and kiss the feet of the Black Madonna. And the media is broadcasting this, and everybody is seeing the Pope kiss the feet of the Black Madonna. And I remember like it was yesterday. It was such a big deal. And there was no shortage. This was, I think, even before the period of get a rig. This was before the advent of like YouTube and YouTube channels and stuff like that. But it was on the news, it was everywhere. And Pope Benedict, thank you. And everybody for a long time they were using this footage, this clip to say, you see, even they know that the Black woman is God. You feel me? They know that the Black woman is God. And I've been telling y'all since I've been up on YouTube. What's that, 5 years now? 6 years now I've been on YouTube, right? And I've been telling y'all, do not fall for the okie doke. That what you see is what they want you to see. What you understand is what they want you to understand about what you see with your eyes. I said, this is not a ceremony of the adoration of the Black Madonna. This is not that. That's not what you're seeing. When you see the Pope dressed in all white in his old, ancient white self, get down on his belly and kiss the feet of the Black Madonna, you are looking at a ritual of subjugation. You are looking at a ritual of imprisonment. You hear me? You are looking at a ritual of imprisonment. And let me just tell you, what I mean by that is you have the face, the literal evidence of Black women in the antiquity of Europe, who had been seen and teaching and healing all over Europe after having been chased out of Africa, according to what Mama Zobe tells us in the Sibyls, the first prophetesses of Mami Wata, and the theft of African prophecy by the Catholic Church. Based on what she teaches us in this book, that the reason there was such a hefty presence of Black women throughout all of Europe was because they had been either chased the hell out of Africa through threats of life or captured by Europeans specifically for their divining abilities to bring them and post them up in Europe, so that they too could get the benefit of the divinatory, the notoriously, globally at the time known world, divinatory power of the Black Sibyls of Africa. And so you have these, historians and archaeologists and anthropologists that point to the evidence of statues all over Europe, from Iceland down, from the shores of Great Britain, all the way across to the Euro-Asiatic junction. The presence of what has now been called Black Madonnas, statues of the Black Madonna, all over Europe, the Mediterranean, the like, right? And not just that, hell, what about the Venus? The Venus, what's it? The Venus. It's not LaSalle, the Venus, whatever it is. The Venus, the little fat, Buddha-esque, big old titties, big old belly with dimples in it like mine, big old dimples on the butt cheeks, and BB shots everywhere. BB, obvious, coil BB shots all over her head. And that sculpture, the oldest one they have found, is 25,000 years old. 25,000 years old, found in Europe. Found in Europe. Feel me? Okay, yes. Okay, I see you. Fontalo Tyson, 3339. Okay, so that was about February last year when I was on Mama T show. Awesome. Thank you for following. So, when this thing happened with Pope, and he's making this grand display that everybody can see that he kissing the feet of the Black Madonna, not just him, just last year, y'all beloved Putin over there caused an uproar. Whether it was AI or not, it was on somebody's radar. Because everybody was debating, did he really say this, or is this AI, whatever. I don't even know if it was ever resolved, but it was going mega viral when it happened. This speech that seemed to be Putin making a speech that they have once and for all found irrefutable evidence that Jesus is Black. That's what he said this year. And Black TikTok and Black IG went berserk. That a white boy in Russia. See, now it's official because a white boy in Russia done said Jesus was Black. You feel me? And y'all went berserk. And I have been trying to teach you more than anything, especially with what I'm going to talk to y'all about tonight. It look like I'm going to be up in here with y'all. That this technique, this strategy, this, I wonder if it's in the 48 Laws of Power. I ain't read it in so long, but I wonder if it's in here. It probably is. This technique of sleight of hands, this technique of, that's even in your scripture, that one hand should not see and know what the other hand is doing. It is so pervasive, and it's such an efficient tactic. It's such an efficient tactic. Yes, thank you. The Venus of Willendorf. Thank you so much. It's so proficient that these days they don't even have to try. They do not even have to try in their tactics of sleight of hands. They don't even have to try hard. Me and my homeboy was talking about it last summer when your president, quote, was almost assassinated. And then literally 2 days later, they just completely disregarded the illusion of the democratic process and just said, you know what? Kamala the one. We ain't even gonna have no vote. This is crazy. You feel me? This didn't happen. And 2 days later was the Democratic convention, and Kamala was their girl. That was the announcement. No vote, no democratic process. She the one. And not 48 hours after the announcement of her being the Democratic candidate for president, y'all raised $88 million for this woman in 48 hours. I ain't talking about everybody that supported Kamala. I'm talking about Black women. Black women was accredited with raising $88 million for Kamala Harris. That's 2 days after this theatrical performance by Donald J. Trump. And y'all didn't see no connection. Y'all didn't see no connection. Y'all started going to war with everybody that was bringing up legitimate concerns about the contradictions that would be represented by us in particular, black-skinned people in particular, voting for Kamala Harris. Y'all did not want to have a informed discussion weighing the pros and cons of this outcome, leaving Trump completely out of it. Just talking about this woman, nobody wanted to hear anything that would represent something that would give you at least pause to say, okay, let me take myself out my feelings and weigh the pros and cons of this scenario. Y'all don't want to hear it, and they knew you didn't want to hear it. And I'm saying this because, man, the sleight of hands has been unending. 2 days after this event that I told you about, February 20th, 2022. February 20th, 2022. 2 days later, not even a full month, because this is the same year that y'all put Biden in office. This is the same year. Not 2 whole months in office, Biden walked us into an aggression between Russia and Ukraine that to date has cost this country $130 billion today. $130 billion in this conflict between Ukraine and Russia. 2 days later. Do you know what that 2 days later, after this magnanimous event that I've been telling you about for too long, for the last hour, Pluto entering into Aquarius? 2 days later was 2/22/2022. 2/22/2022. Why was that date significant? Because not only did this event on 2/20/2022, February 20th, 2022, represent where Pluto was in the heavens at the moment that the Declaration of Independence was signed by your founding fathers. That's where Pluto was in the sky. That's what it means, is where Pluto was at the moment that the nation was born. That to the day that this nation was born, which was July 4th, 1776, this is based on where Pluto was in the sky. You feel me? So it was February 20th, 2022. That 2 days later, on the birthday of the first president of the United States of America, the United States announces its entry into this aggression between Ukraine and Russia. 2 days later, 2 days after this event that has not occurred in 248 years, and that everybody on earth for 5 years prior had been talking about, and the impact that this event specific to the United States of America would have an unending impact on every nation on earth. Everybody was talking about it, except who needed to be. Who needed to be, because of what Pluto in Aquarius represents? The main person preaching from the rooftops about this event that everybody on earth had been talking about needed to be Black people in the United States of America, and Native people in the United States of America, and Mexican people in the United States of America. Let me say in the northern hemisphere, in the western northern hemisphere. Everybody from the equator up, because it was our Pluto returns, right? Well, the United States of America, but its impact on the continent. And everybody white everywhere, child, every astrologer white everywhere on earth was saying, well, This is big. You feel me? That if America does not resolve the bones in its closet, there ain't but two outcomes. And the only way for America to resolve the bones of its past is to finally face indigenous people and black people. Everybody was saying that for years. That's why I got interested in astrology. I was like, damn, all these white people in Australia and New Zealand and Europe talking about America got to get right. America got to get right with its birth origin. There ain't no future for America unless America get right with its birth origin. That's what everybody was saying. Everybody, except us right here, because we have been kept so far away from our deep understanding of astronomical and astrological history and what it means, what our ancestors was trying to tell us, because we still view astrology as a predictive tool that just applies to us right here and a potential future. Not that its predictive ability isn't just about the present and the future. It is about unveiling a past that our ancestors saw as a potential future. That's what it does. That's what it does. It allows us the opportunity to see the echoes through time if we use it as an instrument that demystifies the past as we're in the present, trying to chart a course for the future. You feel me? And that's what it did for me. And so here we are this year in particular. Do not think, I just told y'all the last time I did a live, what was three days ago, this BS with this No King's Day. And I meant to look it up real quick. Somebody do me a favor. I meant to look it up, but I got distracted with the cats staging a mutiny because they was ready to eat. I have it written down somewhere else, but I ain't even gonna look for it. Do me a favor and and search the etymology for the name Donald. Search the etymology not only for the name Donald, but also Trump. I have it written down, and I wish I wouldn't have forgotten to get it. Search the etymology for the name Trump and search the etymology for the name Donald in particular. Okay? Here, Donald Trump, I did write this down. Donald Trump, who, where did I write it? Donald Trump, here it is. Donald Trump, whose astrology, his chart, right? His what you call it? His triad is concerning enough. His triad is Donald Trump is a Gemini, as we was just talking about all of this twin symbolism that has been in our face, hidden in plain sight, and it didn't occur to us nowhere until Sinners came out to start doing these deep dives about twins and twin energy. You feel me? Donald Trump is a Gemini. Not only is Donald Trump a Gemini, when he and Kamala Harris faced off, announced in July of last year that they would be facing off in this contest for the presidency, do you think that it's just some cosmic coinky-dink that Donald Trump is a Gemini sun? Kamala is a Gemini ascendant. Donald Trump is not only a Gemini sun, he is a Leo ascendant. He is a Leo ascendant, a Sagittarius moon, and a Gemini sun. I'm going to tell you, haven't been a political activist as long as I have been, 20 plus years. Not having the access to the scientific attributes of iconography and mythology and the role that it plays in mirroring real events at particular times in human history, because that's what it's for, right? Learning this now, plus learning how mythology is something that has been used as a weapon to subdue and blind the masses while being used esoterically by those who hold political power, using the iconography, using the psychological implications of the icons of the quote mythological characters, and to play them out as theater over and over and over and over and over again. It is not it's not just quote a saying. It is actually literal when they say that the world is a stage. It's actually literal. Even when I was sitting up in here studying civics for y'all. Speaking of which, go into the description below this video, because I have compiled a ton of links and a ton of etymologies for your leisure, so that we can get back into these civics classes, these civics studies, so that you can see in real time, in plain sight, right here in front of your nose, how you have been perpetually betrayed, led astray, run amok, hoodwinked, hog-washed, hog-tied. I really want to drive that home. I really want to drive that home because let me get back to this astrology for this month. So Uranus in Taurus, all right? That's happening as we speak. The sister mentioned that today the moon, or tonight the moon, is close to the Gemini twins. They play a strategic role in this period. Let me tell you why. Okay, so I went on a long diatribe about Pluto in Aquarius. Okay, Pluto in Aquarius is the stage of the day. Pluto in Aquarius is the stage for which everything else is happening. Okay, so if you imagine the stage as a chessboard, as a galactic chessboard, that's the stage. All right, Pluto in Aquarius is this is such a great analogy. Pluto in Aquarius, right, is the white king and queen and the black king and queen. Both sides got this Pluto in Aquarius. Both sides represent the polar extremes of possibilities under the leadership of this royal pair, Pluto and Aquarius. The way I've been teaching y'all for the last 4 years about Pluto and Aquarius is through a West African perspective, recognizing that archetypically, Oya is the Orisha that represents Pluto, Scorpio. Oya is synonymous with Pluto, aka Scorpio energy. And then Aquarius, which is governed or ruled by Uranus, is Shango. Shango is Aquarius. So here, according to the mythology from a Yoruba perspective, you have what is called the divine warrior couple. The divine warrior couple who do not live together because of how dynamic and extreme both their personalities are. They love each other a lot, but they do not live together. But then when they come together in warfare, they get the damn thing done. They don't do that often. Now, I'm still talking about the metaphor of how these planets move when they come into contact with each other. Okay, it's still a metaphor, but it helps when you have your own cultural worldview and perspective and traditions and mythology to make these movements in the heavens make more sense, because we all got it. Every culture on earth, every nation of people on earth have their ancestral understanding of our relationship to the sky that's just been eradicated or erased by Greco-Roman understanding of the sky. Okay, so when I started teaching about this event that was coming upon us, Pluto as Oya and And Aquarius, her entry into Aquarius as Shango, the divine revolutionary couple. That's what they bow. They are about once they come together, because iconographical, iconically, I guess, they represent the totality of the storm. Shango is the lord of thunder and lightning, right? And Oya is the she is the governess of storms. She is the governess of radical storms, the kind of storms that, according to one of her many names, she who eats trees from the top, heavy winds that literally, like a tornado, that you see all the trees just that ain't rooted and ain't grounded, is just getting gobbled up by the tornado. She who eats trees from the top. But she also, like I said at the top, is the great revealer. She is called the governess of revelations. She is called, in Ifa tradition, the Alpha and the Omega, because she is the governess. She controls all spaces between, all spaces in between, all things. She governs the space between the inhale and the exhale. That's why she governs the lungs. She is the governess of every single solitary liminal space. Life and death, inception and birth, inception and gestation, gestation and birth. Every space in between two polar extremes, she governs that space. She rules that space. She rules that space. She is a fierce defender of women and children. Shango is a fierce defender of children who particularly have been the victims of trafficking, of crimes of a sexual nature, right? And also, he is a fierce defender of those people who fit between what y'all call the binaries, who gender wise and sexually wise, he and she both have a relationship to this. Those people who rest along the space in between those polar dynamics, those the plus and the negative that represent the poles of opposition. There's a whole little thing that happens in between. They both, in different ways, are fierce defenders of those who live within the poles, the polar presentations. That's what they represent. So none of this that we are experiencing is happening in a vacuum. And all we had to do was look up to see and remember what our ancestors taught us about what is to come, what the possibilities are if we do not pay attention to what they already laid out for us to remember. But we take everything from the perspective and the worldview of our opposition. We accept every narrative imposed on us by our opposition. We articulate our peculiar experience and suffering through an articulation fed to us by our opposition. Everything that we understand about the world, we understand through the lens of our opposition. And I'm going to tell you, we will never be able to come to the right conclusion about the world we live in and that which we must create and have the ability to create radically and quickly if we continue to accept the understanding, the articulation of someone who has never had our best interest at heart about what it is we're experiencing. It's always been sharp to me, but every day that sharpness deepens and deepens and deepens and becomes more and more clear. More and more clear. Because I have been really trying to pull way back on my consumption of social media because it's overwhelming. So I've been like not really engaging for like 3 days. And so I said, okay, let me sit down here and just catch some headlines about what's going to tie into what I've got to talk. And I was like, damn, that's just happened in the last 24 hours. That's just happened in the last 48 hours. It was just like so much. And that is deliberate. So this year, I'm gonna wrap this up. I'm gonna have to retitle this live and do a whole nother live about the topic, because this is important for us to understand as we are entering into yet another dynamic month that is yelling from the rooftops about the ability for us to seize power over our lives on the terms that we set, not perpetually reacting to and responding to, which is what they want. Perpetually reacting and perpetually responding to every bullshit ass obstacle that they toss in your way as a distraction. Every single one, every single one, every single one, every single one. So this year, I told you about the ritual that we did on November 19th last year, welcoming Oya, the planet Pluto, into this relationship with her counterpart Shango, Aquarius, for the next 20 plus years till 2044. That is the chessboard. Okay? No. The stage is a checkerboard, is a chessboard. The Shango and Aquarius, Oya and Shango, or Pluto and Aquarius, that's the king and queen. That's the focus. That's the focus of the next 2 decades till 2044. That's who's setting the terms for the whole board. That don't mean that there aren't a plethora of really important players on the board. This year in particular, starting from November 19th, when Pluto and Aquarius met and they was off to the races. As we entered into this year, I need to write this down. As we entered into this year, and I was telling you, we all saw it, but we didn't pay no attention. When Trump was elected president last November, everybody in his cabinet, from November to December, everybody kept saying the same thing like a mantra. I was like, why they keep saying this shit? Why they keep saying this shit? Everybody from his right hand man all the way down kept saying the same thing at press conferences. Just wait until January. Just wait until January. It's going to be a campaign of shock and awe unlike we've ever seen. Everybody kept saying the same thing. I've been trying to find clips of it. I don't know if they watched it, but over and over and over and over, shock and awe. It's going to be a campaign of shock and awe like you've never seen. Wait till January. Everybody kept saying that. Wait till January, shock and awe. Wait until January, shock and awe. Wait until January, shock and awe. Now, I pay attention to astrology, but I can't keep up with everything, and I still don't read astrology. You feel me? And so it didn't occur to me till tonight when I was studying this little quote, what was supposed to be a little introduction of the astrology for the month. And this girl, Lori Lothian, on Lunatic Astrology, because after we entered into the new year and he was inaugurated, and the day he was inaugurated started with the madness, you feel me? And I kept hearing all of his people say shock and awe from November through December, shock and awe, shock and awe. Everybody was saying it. Even regular everyday white people who were MAGAs was like, yeah, just wait till January. Just wait till January. Like after, even Nick Fuentes, the day after the election, and he came out saying, what'd he say? I want to talk about him because it's related. But he came out the gate saying what? Bitches. Bitches, you lose, we win. It's your body, our choice. It's our body, it's your body, our choice. Remember that? Right? The day after the election. So yesterday, I see this whole quote catastrophe, this quote looming civil war in between within the Republican Party, these quote factions that are developing within the Republican Party. FYI, distraction. But let me just tell you, because everybody is having a whole conniption fit about this Arab who just won, this Muslim who just won the mayor's seat in the city of New York, right? So now is the time to initiate more distractions. And so I see this commentator talking about Nick Fuentes and how him and Ben Shapiro and Tucker Carlson, they pretty much been homies or whatever. And what's that girl named Candace Owens? They all up in the mix. And the commentator is talking about like this rift between all of them now, right? But what he said, let me find this paper so I don't misquote. What he said specifically about Nick Fuentes, I was like, let me go ahead and talk about it now. It's still related to the astrology. Just walk with me because we on a walk right now. Okay. So let me find what your homeboy Nick said first. Because when I show you how this is connected and how clear it is, and how literally they can play in your face with the information that you are missing. What is the information that you are missing? I'm telling you, it's this astrology. Because every play they making is astrological. I just told y'all last week about or a few days ago when I was up on here about that No King's Day. That's why I mentioned Trump's birth chart, because his ascendant is the king. It is Leo the lion. It is Leo the lion. It is the king. And it is the peak presentation of, quote, what I'm always telling y'all about. That quote that I think was attributed to Henry VIII. Beware the madness of the king. Beware the madness of the king. Beware the madness of the king. He is the personification, the peak personification of what happens when one is elevated to the status of power where they are no longer accountable to anyone else. And throughout history, it was attributed to Henry VIII, but throughout history, Emperor Nero, the list goes on and 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 on. This mythology that has been made literal in the world, in history, of one who is elevated to a position of power where there is literally none above them that has the ability to hold them accountable, and the inevitability is madness. Now, I've taught y'all this according to 5 elements theory as well, why this happens, why one becomes mad. He is the peak personification, even physically, of it. He is old. He is white. He is male. His hair is white. I'm talking about archetypically. Do you understand? He represents the only place that the sun can go when he has severed his relationship to the divine feminine, to his mother. The only place that he can go is to absolute, utter destruction. That's the only place that he can go, right? Oh my God, who did they say that? What's this guy's name? Oh, somebody tell me in the comment section what is this boy's name that is the because he's in controversy over the last 3 days too, who is the founder of OpenAI. What's this boy's name? And he's been under rapid fire for the last 3 days. What's the boy name who is the founder of OpenAI? Because when I tell y'all, they are literally telling you everything in your face. They aren't even hiding it. Sam Altman, yes. This is all related, so just walk with me. All right. So Nick Fuentes, I can't find where I have to find where I wrote it. Cut it out. Okay, so here's the Nick Fuentes thing, and where's that? Oh, yep. Okay. So this is all in the last 24 hours since y'all went out to these primaries, feel me, or these midterms. Okay, so they all talking about this new thing just sprung out yesterday of this split in the Republican Party, and now everybody's turning on each other, right? Nick Fuentes said, this commentator was saying that Nick Fuentes was quoted as saying, just not too long ago, the world was a better place when we were burning women. Let's go back to 1099. He said it all nonchalant, like that was, I told y'all this a few days ago, that was real extremely specific to just mention 1099 of all the years, right? Because, by the way, the Inquisition was not happening in 1099. So he talking about burning women, that the world was a better place when we were burning women. He didn't even say witches. He said women. He said the world was a better place when we were burning women. And before we let women vote and I'll have all these liberties, why don't we go back to 1099? And I was like, well, first of all, the Inquisition did not start in 1099. And I said, that's oddly specific to say 1099. Like, why that date? Because I know the state, and that boy did not say that shit by accident. Let me tell you what happened. Remind you, for those of you who was not up on here, what happened in 1099 and why the past is always ever present. And if you don't know it, your rulers will use the past. They will use the past like a weapon against you. Let me tell you what happened in 1099. In 1099, under Pope Urban II, the first crusades were initiated. And in the initiation of the first of the crusades, the first of the, quote, holy wars, was the capture of Jerusalem. The capture of Jerusalem by the Roman Catholic Church happened in 1099 AD. The capture of Jerusalem happened in 1099 under the initiating of the first crusades. This established for the first time the kingdom of Jerusalem. It said that Pope Urban II was championed for the capture, the seizing of Jerusalem, but it says that he was only able to capture Jerusalem by bringing all of warring Europe together. So all these little warring factions, Europe wasn't a concept as a singular whole at this time. Remember, Europe was not uniting on the basis of their whiteness at this time. Remember? So he had the task as the spiritual icon of the age to unite all the warring factions and nations of Europe to go and attack the, quote, infidels, the, quote, Muslim infidels, to, quote, seize possession of Jerusalem and establish the kingdom of Jerusalem. He urged Christians to reclaim the Holy Land from Muslim control, and the way he was able to do it was to promise all of those who participated forgiveness of all their sins. Oh my God. Damn. I remember where I heard this just now. I didn't remember it when I was reading it, but I remember where I heard those exact words, that the reason we did this was because we were promised absolution of all our sins for the rest of our life. Listen, when I tell you, they be telling you in your face, but you do not watch. There is a movie that came out several years ago that is about this period, the first crusades, this period. You want to know what the name of the movie is? Season of the Witch, starring Nicolas Cage. Season of the Witch, starring Nicolas Cage. And the whole plot, we get caught up on the plot about the witch that he got to transport, but the whole plot was the reason that this quote, seemingly innocent girl was able to get to him, and he felt so compelled to protect her, even though he was supposed to be transferring her as a witch to be tried, was because she could see into him, and she could see that he was plagued with guilt, the guilt of war crimes, committed in the Crusades, and that his homie, his partner in crime, was having the same plague. They both left the military. They both abdicated their responsibility to the Crusades because the church had them slaughtering whole villages of women and children under the auspice that they would be forgiven for any of their sins, so they shouldn't feel guilty about nothing that they're doing to any of the people. And when they believe in their Christianity, got over there and was massacring women and children, he and his homie felt terribly guilty and left. They basically went AWOL. And the Pope at the time promised him that that if he would go and transport this witch, that these two men would not be tried for crimes against the church for going AWOL, for abandoning the mission during the Crusades. But that was the auspice for how all of them were able to, because it also talked about how they were poor, they were starving, even the knights and the nobility, that Europe was struggling. But when the Pope said, listen, I will absolve you of all your sins for the rest of your life, that you are guaranteed to see pearly gates, all of these knights, all of these nobilities, all of these lay people, all of these men jumped both feet first into the first Crusades. This is the context that Nick Fuentes made this seemingly random and ambiguous statement that presumably, because we don't watch his shit, that presumably only white male nationalists would have heard, and they would not have been astute enough to say, you know what, let me just Google that year real quick. 1099, what happened? Do you hear what I'm telling you? Do you hear what I'm telling you? Why is this significant today? Why is this significant today? Because the site said that he unified the Christians. He unified all the Christians of Europe for a common cause. That his actions also initiated centuries of conflict in the Holy Land, aka the Middle East. Centuries, hundreds of years. This is the seed of it. This seemingly random year this white boy threw out when talking about we need to go back to the period where we was just burning women to and fro. Huh? You understand? What else happened? It said that this is, when I tell you that there is a net, there is a web that we are living in. I couldn't believe this. That this same Pope Urban II, who was both herald and controversial because of the unending impact that this thing that he did had on the entire region, Europe, all of the Mediterranean, the so-called Middle East, and Northern Africa. They literally called it the First World War. That's what they said. Right there on Wiki. That the impact reverberated out for centuries. It said that even though he was one of the more controversial popes, that he was beatified, right? He was beatified by Pope Leo. Is that the 8th? The 13th. I think it's the 13th. Child, I don't know my Roman numerals. I think it's the 13th. He was beatified by Pope Leo the 13th in 1881. Do you want to know why this is significant? This man who we talking about today on November 9th is so important. This year in 2025, I was fucked up when I read this. And y'all think this shit is just a bunch of tomfooleries who just stupid and just doing all this terrible shit because they just don't know no better. Why is it important that this Pope Urban II, was beatified by Pope Leo the 13th, or whatever his name is, in 1881? I know none of you can guess, but let me just tell you how my mind works. Because what was it? In April? It was in April when Pope Francis transitioned. As a matter of fact, it was Easter Day. As a matter of fact, the day after he met with J.D. Vance, because all the conspiracy theories started running down. One day after he meets J.D. Vance in person, he dead on Easter Sunday. I remember it like yesterday because I was in Birmingham. Pope Francis died on Easter Sunday, a day after meeting J.D. Vance. Okay? And so, because there was all these other conspiracy theories about Pope Francis supposedly being the last pope before the quote fall of the Roman Catholic Church and the quote rise of the Antichrist. This was all over the place. Okay? At the same time that these conspiracy theories was going all over the place, plus that movie, what was it called? Conclave? That movie Conclave that came out just the same month, as a matter of fact, that Trump was elected, Conclave came out. And do you know what the twist at the end of the movie was that took me forever to watch? The twist at the end was that the person that they had after the conclave, they had elected to become the new pope. And the pope went into the room to put on his ceremonial garbs, to change into his new ceremonial garbs as the pope was born a hermaphrodite, was intersex. That was the twist in conclave. That this person that was born with external female genitalia was intersex. That was the punchline. And I was like, oh my God. Now, this is in November when your homeboy got elected. You feel me? What is a hermaphrodite? I'm talking about philosophically, mythologically. A hermaphrodite is the personification of the divine androgyne. The two in one, the Gemini, the two in one. Eshu, Elegba, the two in one. I could keep going. What about Capricorn? The two personifications in one entity. What about Sagittarius? Two personifications in one entity. What about the scales of the Libra? That's two. What about the Cancer? The two, the 6 and the 9 facing in opposition. And so this movie, Conclave, is talking about how the Pope that had just died was hiding this terrible, terrible secret. This terrible, terrible secret, in that the in the running, in the highest running for to become the next Pope, because he did not appoint anybody before he died. And so everybody had to come from everywhere. And those that were in the highest running was this priest that nobody knew from this third world country, this dark-skinned priest, you feel me? And then this Negro from Nigeria. And the reason that he was in the running, they was neck and neck. And the reason that he could not become the Pope was because it had been found out at the conclave that he had impregnated one of the nuns that had come with the group from Nigeria to accompany the priest that he had long ago, at the age of 19, impregnated this woman and then abandoned her, left her there in Nigeria, or whatever. And so he was out the running. And so this quiet priest that nobody in the conclave knew, nobody on earth knew except the Pope, who spoke highly of him. The secret that the Pope went to the grave with was that he had paid a lump sum of money to a clinic in Sweden to have this intersex person have a sex change. And once they got to the clinic, they changed their mind. So the Pope knew that this child had been born intersex with female external genitalia and undescended testicles. Female external genitalia. And this is who was appointed as the Pope in this movie that aired the month your guy took the White House. And so the Pope, Francis, dies on Easter Sunday after meeting the Vice President of the United States, the day after meeting the Vice President of the United States. And everybody, not only was that happening in the Catholic world, but at the same time, in the same month that was happening, this whole other controversy about this Hebrew significance of April that year in the red heifer conspiracy, and how they had been breeding these red heifers in Texas so that they could do this ritual at the Temple Mount that was going to guarantee that they get ready to build the second Temple of Solomon. So you have these two major historical events unfolding at the same time in the same month around the same astrological event. What was that? The spring equinox. That's when it was happening around. You feel me? And so this is happening. And everybody was like, they ain't gonna elect another pope because according to the conspiracy theory, Pope Francis is the 266th pope, and they ain't gonna have no more popes after Pope Francis. They was like, we got to put the rush on electing somebody else to be the pope, right? And so Pope Francis was a first. He was the first. He was the first pope from Latin America, so-called Latin America. So then they was like, how we gonna one up Pope Francis? So they, I'm telling you, they play in your face. So they elect a pope who is quasi-Negro. If you have everybody in the black world, tell it. He's quasi-Negro. Thank you for the donation. Everybody else can feel inclined to make contributions to the work that I am doing and the web that I am weaving for you right now. So they were like, look, we got to get this show on the road. There's too many controversies around Pope Francis dying. How we gonna one up this dude? So they take another dude with three firsts. He represented, I think, 2 or 3 firsts. The ones I can remember is that the first because he is the first pope from the United States of America. 1. 2, he was the first pope to be he was the first pope in like 300 years to be an Augustinian pope. And I can reiterate why that was important. The first pope in 300 years to be an Augustinian pope. It is a branch of Roman Catholicism that were adherents to St. Augustine. And at the time that he was made a pope, there were only 23,000 on the whole planet, 23,000 practicing Augustinian Catholics. Okay? So I was like, that's important. Let me find out about St. Augustine. And St. Augustine, he was considered a doctor of the church. This is important. I know it seems like I'm going about, but I'm telling you, when I bring it all together, your mind is going to be blown because you will see it in your face in real time. So St. Augustine. So I say, okay, well, what was peculiar about what did he represent, St. Augustine? That this diamond in the rough. Right. Not only that, everybody was saying that he might be black-ish because he got some ancestries from Cuba or something. I don't remember. But all the black people was like, the Pope is black. The Pope is black. Right? Like that shit was not deliberate, first of all. Just as deliberate as your beloved Obama. Just like that shit was not deliberate. Just as deliberate as your Obama. You understand? So this guy becomes the face of global white power. This ambiguous, just close enough in his proximity to blackness. The first Negro adjacent-ish pope, the first American pope, and the third, only the third in history, and the last one was 300 years ago, Augustinian pope. So the first thing I do is say, okay, what was the deal with Augustine, and why was he important? Why was he significant? And Pope Augustine was considered a doctor of the church, and what it meant to be a doctor of the Vatican, a doctor of the church, was not that you were a physician. It means that your time as, I forget what they call it, the Bonific, whatever, your time as the Pope in the Vatican, that your time in the Vatican was so impactful that you were responsible for permanent changes in the doctrine of the church. That's what it means. That something that you did, something that you said, something that you wrote, something that you did was so profound that it became a permanent doctrinal change in the doctrine of the church. So what did he do? St. Augustine was the first to outline what did he call it? I might be misquoting, but something to the effect of, like, he was the first pope to outline church approved sanctity of war. That's what he did. He wrote a whole treatise on what is considered valid reasons for war, what was considered crimes of war based on the church, not based on the state, based on the church, what was fair and reasonable redistribution of land after war based on the church doctrine. And everyone received it. Everyone. This is your St. Augustine. That's what he did for the first time. Doesn't mean that there weren't any other popes that weren't actively supportive of and involved in war. This doctor of the Roman Catholic Church, for the first time, wrote out and made a part of doctrine. There is a specific title it was given. It was like the sanctity of war or something like that. The sanctity of war. That's your St. Augustine. Where there ain't but 23,000 practicing St. Augustinians in the whole planet. And the first time in 300 years that an Augustinian has been popped up in the Vatican. This is your Philadelphia, by way of Cuba, Negro adjacent, young, charismatic Pope of today. That's not the last thing that was important about this man becoming the Pope. That everybody that becomes Pope has to take a new name. And when they take a new name, they must take a name of a previous Pope. That is the tradition. That after they become Pope, they take the name of a Pope that they revere in history. Okay? Whose name did he take? He currently is Pope Leo, the whatever that Roman numeral is that come after the X and the 3 1s and the 3 I's. I don't remember. Pope Leo. Why is that important? Because he fashioned his pontificate, whatever you call it, when you become your bid, your time as the Pope, he fashioned his name after this same Pope that I just read to y'all about, who was responsible for the beatification of Pope Urban II, who ushered in the first, quote, World War, which was the first Holy Crusades. Pope Leo the 13th, I guess. What's the X and the 3 I's after it? The 3 I's to the right. Is that 13? I think that's 13. Pope Leo the 13th, who in and of himself was a controversial pope, beatified Pope Urban II in the year 1881. Right here. This same Pope that your current Pope, who literally a month before we entered into this particular Leo season, which I will talk to you about in a moment, and why it wasn't no typical Leo season that we had. Why this happened? Why this man named him Pope himself, Pope Leo? No, that's not it. The Roman numeral is this. I'm putting it in the chat. That's the Roman numeral. Okay. So he fashioned himself his name because he said he just appreciated the quote work that he did quote on behalf of the working class in the late 1800s when he became the Pope. Okay. 13. That's what I thought. Okay, cool. Thank you. So this same Pope Urban, who this white boy Nick Fuentes was just talking about, we need to go back to the year 1099 and do it like it was then, and trying to get you all off your square, talking about we need to go back to burning women and shit. He wasn't talking about going back to burning women. He was talking about going back to the glory days of the first real world war, the Holy Crusades, that for the first time consolidated the consciousness of the European, aka the white world, under the Holy Roman Empire. That's what he was getting to. That's what he was getting to. Not only was he getting to it, he was alluding to what is already happening in the world between these three brothers that are at war today the same way they always have been. And those brothers are Judaism, Christianity / Catholicism, and Islam. That's what he was talking about. That's what he was talking about. You feel me? And so I'm sitting here reading this, and this Pope Urban II was beatified by Pope Leo, who the current Pope fashioned his name after. And the reason that he was controversial is while he was touting in the public, right? As a matter of fact, he did a lot of firsts too, Pope Leo the 13th in the late 1800s, because he is the reason that Catholics do the rosary right now. He was the one that introduced the mandatory rosary, the chanting of the Hail Mary and the rosary. That's what he did. He did that. But politically, he was known globally for his positions that he was taking politically. And one of the controversial things was he was talking about quasi-capitalism, because he out in the world was talking about the conditions of the working class. This was during the Industrial Revolution, the working conditions in both Europe and the United States of America, and this and that and this and that. This is during the rise of the Gilded Age. Do you think all of this shit that you are watching entertainment-wise is just happening in a vacuum? All of this shit is an echo of these very specific periods throughout history, not just one point in history. The late 1800s was the rise of the Gilded Age, which we're seeing now. They're literally calling this the new Gilded Age, right? So he was the Pope during the Gilded Age. And so while he was talking about, better working conditions for the working class, he was very much a staunch opponent to communism and socialism. Not only was he an opponent to communism and socialism, he was highly in favor of what they call quasi capitalism or something like that. But meanwhile, he was rubbing elbows with everybody who was important in the Gilded Age. See what I'm saying? So people was like, so which side you really on? You feel me? I could get more specific than that, but that's all you needed to know, is how these threads connect together. No matter how old the threads are, no matter how long and far back reaching they are showing up everywhere right now. This guy, Pope Leo the 14th, I think, because he was the last Pope. He was the last Pope Leo. Why is this important? Why did he choose that name? He says it's because this was his favorite Pope. He appreciated the dude's work. That's not why he did it. Because at the time that he is announcing his pontific name, Pope Leo the 14th, we are in Gemini season this past summer. We are in Gemini season when he makes the announcement that he has chosen his name, his pontific name. Okay? As we are entering into the Cancer season and all of this stuff happening with your Gemini president, right? But when we enter into Leo season, so let's see. So astrological events that were magnanimous this year were many. The two big ones, well, there are three massive ones, okay? In order, from Pluto entering into Aquarius November 19th. From there into the new year, into 2025. The next event was in February. And y'all remember, there was a whole hell of a lot that happened in the month of February. The California fires, there was a lot happening around the world in February. In February, for the first time, I don't remember how long, it's been a long time, but for the first time, Neptune entered, as a matter of fact, for the first time since 1989. For the first time since 1989, Neptune entered Aries. Okay, that happened in February. Walk with me. Okay, don't just hear, like, walk with me. This year, 2025, and why we are where we are today. February, for the first time since the year 1989, it took basically a full transition from 1989 to 1991. Neptune was in Aries in 1989. Okay, entered into Aries in 1989 and transitioned out of Aries in late 1991. That was in February. The next month, March, Saturn entered into Aries for the first time since the founding of the Israeli state. Saturn entered into Aries for the first time since the founding of the Israeli state. Jupiter in May. Jupiter entered into Cancer. That was significant, but I can't remember why right off the top of my head. And then a month and a half after that, when we were entering into Gemini season, Leo season, as we were the first week of July. The reason that this was significant, this last event that I'm telling you about, which was Uranus entering into Gemini. Uranus entered Gemini in July, at the first week of July. So I guess the second week of Leo season, but the first week in July, Uranus entered Gemini. Uranus entered Gemini, your president's sun sign, in the sign of his ascendant. Okay, the reason that Uranus and Gemini is so important is that since the United States became an official country, 1776, including the year that it became a country, Uranus and Gemini is a part of the American birth chart. That Uranus and Gemini, including entering into Uranus and Gemini 2 years before the end of the American Revolution, which is when the United States became a country. That every single Uranus and Gemini that the United States has experienced has been within as close to 2 years, that Uranus and Gemini, within a year to 2 years inside that transition, the United States has been at war. Every single one. The Revolutionary War was what gave birth. Uranus and Gemini is what gave birth to the United States of America. It was the conclusion of the Revolutionary War. The second Uranus and Gemini war was the Civil War. The Civil War, the first event of the Civil War literally happened 6 months. 6 months after Uranus transitioned in Gemini in the United States chart. The next war was World War II. And the next Uranus in Gemini was the Vietnam War. Every single time Uranus has been in Gemini in the American chart, the United States has been in a full-on entry to a war every single time. This happened under the birth chart of a president who also represents several firsts. He is the first president in the history of the United States to run two terms, to serve two terms that were not back to back, that were not consecutive. Each one of those terms correspond with his numerology is crazy. You can take it for what it is, but I'm telling you, these dudes play games with patterns, numbers, all that shit. His first term, which was number 45, was the number 9. His birthday reduced to the number 11. So in that year, the year that he ran reduced to the number, the year that he was actually president, inaugurated. So his number 45 was 9, and the year reduced to the number 11. 9/11, Gemini energy. Twin Towers, Gemini, the 2 ones, Twin Towers. And then that term, number 45, which reduces to the number 9, the year that he serves reduced to the number 11, 9/11. This year, so he doesn't serve the consecutive year. He wins, and so now his number is number 47, which reduces to the number 11, and the year reduces to the number 9. It's a number 9 numerological year. 9/11, 2 9/11s, 2 mirror image 9/11s, 2 mirror image 9/11s for this one president whose sun is Gemini, and his ascendant is Leo. His ascendant is Leo. Not just that, his ascendant is Leo. His sun is Gemini. What else was crazy on his chart? His Mars is in Leo. His Mars is in Leo. Not only that, this year that I just told you, in July, as we were entering into Leo season, we experienced this most concerning, where all the astrologers are concerned, this most concerning transition, which was Uranus and Gemini, because it's always marked by American war. His Uranus on his birth chart, his Uranus is in Gemini. His Uranus is in Gemini. His Mars is in Leo. Not only that, his Uranus is in Gemini, as we are entering into the first Uranus and Gemini since 1954 was the end of the last. Was it 1954? I don't remember, but it was a long time ago. It was a war, right? So the last Uranus and Gemini was a long time ago. His Uranus and Gemini just happens to be the next year for decades that there's been a U.S. Uranus and Gemini. In the same year that for the first time, the last time, so the 2 big other events, which was the Neptune in Aries in February, last time happened 1989 to 1991, which also is huge. And then the Saturn in Aries, I don't remember the last time that happened. But the last time that those 2 planets were entered in the same house at the same degree, back to back, month to month, the last time that it happened was 12,000 years ago. 12,000 years ago. This year, when Neptune entered into Aries, and then Saturn right after entered into Aries, both entered into Aries at 0 degrees. The last time that happened, just them 2 planets changing into the same sign at the same degree, was 12,000 years ago. So I was like, damn, what the hell happened 12,000 years ago? And I read a lot. Everybody had opinions about what happened 12,000 years ago. 12,000 years ago was the end of the last glacial ice age. 12,000 years ago was the end of the last glacial ice age. 12,000 years ago in Europe. 12,000 years ago, according to some archaeological reports that I read, 12,000 years ago, it is believed is the beginning of the emergence of white skin, the mutation of white skin. Hold on, just a second. Watch out, boo. I got it. Move, girl, move. Get up from under my feet. Dang. Here, little babies. Here. I knew y'all was gonna. Okay. Yeah. Take your time. That 12,000 years ago, it is believed when white skin as a mutation like emerged on the global scene. 12,000. The last time this year, 12,000 years ago, that both Neptune and Saturn entered into air signs at the same degree, back to back. Some other things that I heard are more kind of like time, like how they categorize time and ages. It was humanity's entry into the Bronze Age. Is that right? The Bronze Age, like archaeological Bronze Age. However, like philosophically, 12,000 years ago is when they say was the metaphorical end of the last golden age. 12,000 years ago this year. And do you remember what Trump said in his inaugural speech? The very last thing he said in his inaugural speech? He literally said, before beginning this shock and awe campaign, I'm going to tell you how that fits into the astrology too. The last thing he said in January, when he was inaugurated, was that after preaching for 2 months the promise of a shock and awe campaign unlike anything the world has known, the last thing that he said is what you are witnessing today, what you are witnessing in this moment, is our entry into a new golden age. That's what he said. Do you think that he said that just because? After I just told you that a quick internet search of what is significant about the last time that Neptune and Saturn entered Aries, the sign of war, together at the same degree, at the same time, back to back, and it was 12,000 years, quote, the metaphorical end of the last golden age. And the last thing that you hear this white boy say as he is entering into this new year is that what you are witnessing is our entry into a new golden age. And is that golden age the metaphorical golden age of old? Or is it an age that he is promising on the only way that he can as the literal personification of the war god king gone mad? I'm not talking about psychological disease. I am talking about metaphorically, based on his numerology, based on his astrology, based on his birth chart, based on the actual physical presentation of his archetype in this period, in this particular year. Why this particular year? Because Neptune and Saturn entering into Aries at 0 degrees is not the only thing that happened. Jupiter entered into Cancer, which is in our astrology for this month, big. And also this Uranus in Gemini. So let me just tell you what all of the astrologers coming up on this year were talking about is that all of these big movements, Pluto entering into Aquarius, Neptune entering into Aries, Saturn entering into Aries, and Uranus entering into Gemini, that I told you, those first two planets, Neptune and Saturn entering into Aries, the first time in 12,000 years that has happened. The four together in the same year, the four outer planets, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto, the four outer planets, the first time that, they have these sophisticated programs, both astronomically and astrologically, where you can calculate the last time certain conjunctions and interactions between galactic bodies, stars, asteroids, and planets happened, the last time that happened. That even with all this, technologically advanced calculating systems for astrology and astronomy, for that matter, that the last time all the 4 outer planets all changed signs in the same year, and all those signs that they changed into in the same year were either air or fire signs, they cannot calculate how long ago it happened. That they can calculate as far back as 25,000 years. That happened this year. That they cannot calculate the last time all 4 outer planets were all in air and fire signs at the same time, transitioning in the same year. They can't find it. And they have the technology, they have the sophisticated technology to calculate at least 25,000 years back. That happened this year. So when I tell you that you are not crazy, when I tell you that this shit is over the top, this is why. When I tell you, however, that when you take non-Greco Roman archetypes and mythologies and start to really study what our ancestors were trying to teach us in the iconography of these planets, these stars, and these asteroids, right? When you start to approach it not by talking about the Orisha as disembodied deities, and these stories are literal. Do you understand? These stories are codes of information. That's what it is. And so when you start taking archetypes that your cellular DNA are familiar with, can remember and resonate. Remember what I was talking to y'all about in the last live that I did a few days ago about how scientists are now discovering it's not 7 generations of cellular memory, mitochondrial memory that you can tap into, is actually 13. You feel me? What does that mean in the real world? What does that mean in terms of what it is we have the ability to do? Apply your astrology to these scientific, announcements and anomalies that are occurring at the same time. Why did Trump brainwash y'all in a rhythmic pattern, shocking all campaigns, shocking all campaigns, shocking all campaigns, shocking all campaigns, like on a repeat? Why? Because his Uranus is in Gemini. So we've talked about the Gemini twins, but what about Uranus? What's significant about Uranus? Uranus, first of all, the planet Uranus didn't become called Uranus until the late 1800s. Do you know what the planet Uranus's name was before it became Uranus? The planet Uranus's name, when this country was founded in the Revolutionary War with a Uranus and Gemini, it wasn't called Uranus then. The name of the planet that is completely unlike the other planets was called Prometheus. The planet was called Prometheus. As a matter, God damn. Listen. Oh my God. Listen. The planet was called Prometheus before it became Uranus. It became Prometheus. Somebody Google it for me, because I don't want to rely on my memory as shaky as it's being. Somebody Google really quick. When did the name of Uranus change from Prometheus to Uranus? When did Uranus change from Prometheus to Uranus? What year? Because if I'm not mistaken, this same year that Pope Urban II was beatified by Pope Leo the 13th, was 1881. Somebody search that really quick. Somebody search that really quick for me. Because guess what else happened? While the planet was still called Prometheus, guess what else happened? The first, at least the way they being those who set the terms for culture right now, the way they categorize it, the first the first ever sci-fi book was written and published in the year 1818. In the year 1818, the first, quote, sci-fi book was written by Mary Shelley, who was 18 years old when she wrote the book. She was 18 when she wrote the book. Now, it didn't publish until the next year, I think. But she was 18 when she wrote the book. So she was 18 when she wrote the book. It was published in 1818, which was a year later. It was published in 1818, Mary Shelley. And that book that we commonly know as Frankenstein, the original subtitle of that book, was The Modern Prometheus. The Modern Prometheus. This book that she wrote in 1818. Okay. Let's see. Google says Uranus was never called Prometheus. In 1781, it was recognized as a planet Uranus in 1781. In 1781. So let's see. Distemperance Webster JC3. So okay, so I saw his channel is called Astrology Report. So thank you for that. She says that Google says Uranus was never called Prometheus. So I'm gonna tell you what had happened was, if I can recall, in this, because they did a whole deep dive before Uranus transitioned into Gemini in July, and of all the Uranus is Geminis and all of the events that happened when it occurred. So it was named originally by the guy who discovered it. He named it after his mentor. That was the first name of Uranus. It was after his mentor's name. I don't remember what it was. And then somebody petitioned to have it called Prometheus because of its actual physical attributes, which are so unlike all the other planets. And so maybe it was just the petition, but it was a big deal. Like the astronomical and the astrological community came together to determine what the planet should be called, that it shouldn't be after a person's name because none of the other planets were named after an actual person. And so I think that's what it was that it was not named Prometheus, that the two names that were put forward were Prometheus and Uranus, and they decided to keep it in the tradition of naming it after Roman deities, because that Prometheus was the Greek name of what eventually became Uranus. Same god, Greek name, Roman name. I think that was the breakdown. But that was the struggle, Prometheus or Uranus, because of its characteristics. So that was in 1781 that it was named Uranus. All right, cool. And so even Mary Shelley, I'm like, Why did she name this book at 18 years old? And so I watched a documentary about Mary Shelley the other day. You know why I watched a documentary about Mary Shelley the other day? You know why I felt inclined to do that? Because I was like, what are these niggas playing at? Within the same month, this last month, October, within the same month, the movie at the theaters released Frankenstein. They just released yet another new adaptation of Frankenstein at the movies. The same month that the movie Frankenstein was released in the movies, there is a mini series, I think on Netflix, I haven't watched it yet, of the life of Mary Shelley and the making of Frankenstein. A series, a series adaptation of her life and what, as it gave rise to this apex moment of her writing Frankenstein. 2 movies about, quote, the modern Prometheus, released in the same month in the same year that Uranus, aka Prometheus, enters Gemini. Why is Prometheus, aka Uranus, why is Prometheus so important? Because Prometheus is one of his archetypal names is the light bearer, the light bringer. He is in ancient times, Prometheus was always personified with the lightning bolt. The lightning bolt. Why? Because we know the story of Prometheus, that the reason that he had to suffer eternal punishment is because he, quote, stole fire from Mount Olympus to give to mankind. How did he steal fire from Olympus? It's everywhere. How did he steal fire from Olympus? He stole Zeus's lightning bolt to teach mankind fire. Do you know what else he stole that was considered sacred from Mount Olympus to teach humans how to sustain fire? The stalk of the fennel plant. The stalk of the fennel plant. The herb, fennel. The stalk he stole from Mount Olympus, along with Zeus's lightning bolt, to teach man how to create and sustain fire. And one of the movies I've watched many, many times. Now I have to go back and rewatch it because I just had this breakthrough that I've seen this movie like 30 times because I had teenagers. And it just occurred to me now, it was in your face. The Disney movie, Percy Jackson and the Lightning Bolt Thief. Percy Jackson and the Lightning Bolt Thief. Percy Jackson and the Lightning Bolt Thief. And everybody's in. I'm sitting here having a whole moment because everybody that is present in this year, I'm talking about planets that are having a major impact on the world right now. Planetary relationships, planetary arrangements, mythological storytelling about this particular period in human history to come is literally laid out in the movie Percy Jackson and the Lightning Bolt Thief. Sagittarius is up in the movie. Penelope and Hades is up in the movie as key elements in the movie. The massacre of Medusa is in the movie. The throwdown between Zeus and Poseidon, as Zeus has accused Poseidon and his demigod child Perseus of stealing the lightning bolt thief in an attempt to stage a coup in Olympus. There's also the Minotaur is in the movie. There's the Hydra is in the movie. Yo, my God. There's also a plot twist at the end of the movie. These three little demigods is running to and fro to find out who framed Perseus for stealing Zeus's lightning bolt, because Zeus is convinced that somebody is coming to overthrow him. Are y'all hearing me? Y'all ain't hearing. Because when I tell you it's everywhere, everything that we've seen in the last decade, as a matter of fact, everything we've seen in the last 2 decades is telling us in our face what the potential is. Let me tell you something. Because in the movie, Zeus is certain. He cannot be swayed. He cannot be convinced. Somebody is staging a coup. And the only people capable, and I know y'all too, my brothers, Hades and Poseidon, I know y'all ain't got the smoke for me. Why? Because they are the three heads of the same trident. We all have the same interest. The three heads of the one body, the three heads of the trident of power. Judaism, Christianity, Catholicism, and fucking Islam. I know y'all don't want no smoke. So the only people who have the potential and would have the audacity is one of your demigod kids. One of your demigod kids won't smoke. One of your demigod kids won't smoke. And if I don't get my lightning bolt back in 24 hours or however long he said, if I don't get my lightning bolt back, I'm wrecking all this shit. What did he say? I'm destroying the whole world. Zeus. I am destroying the whole world if I don't get my lightning bolt back in said time. I will raise all this shit to the ground. And in the twist, in the end, who was responsible for stealing the lightning bolt and attempting to rebel against heaven, child, attempting to rebel against God as they knew him, attempting to rebel against the entire empire that was Olympus. Anybody remember? Oh my God. What the fuck? Child, it was Hermes. It was Hermes. Who is Hermes? Hermes is Mercury. Who is Mercury? A legabah, a shoe. The two in one. The two in one. The dark mask and the light mask. The two-faced, the twins in one body. The hermaphrodite, which is where we get the word hermaphrodite, is from the story of Hermes, the two-faced. The he and she in one. Hermes was like, fuck this shit. Fuck these aloof, invisible gods that be doing all this dirt, running our lives, controlling our lives. That's what he said in the movie. I'm paraphrasing, but that's what I said. That's what he said in the movie. That's what he said in the movie. He's like, fuck the gods. That's what he said in the movie. That's what he said in the movie. He ain't the only one who said it in the movie. He ain't the only one that said it in the movie. He said, it's our time. Us kids, all of us demigods that's in the little demigod camp, for all these children who have been abandoned by their God-like parents. That's what the whole camp was for, was all these resentful ass, quote, half and half babies, half mortal, half God. Two in one, half mortal, half God, all of them. Right? It was like, fuck these dudes. You know what I'm saying? They just be coming around here, planting seed, leaving our mamas to fend for themselves. He had an attitude. He had an attitude. You understand? He was like, he said, we can rule better than they can. That's what he said. We can rule better than they can. That's what he said. Right? Then I am thinking about another movie that came out. And I was mad about the movie because it wasn't like the original Clash of the Titans. Remember the remake of the Clash of the Titans and how they changed everything? They changed the plot. They changed everything. I was like, this that bullshit. Why they deviate from the plot so hard? But I watched it when it came out, which was before I got on this walk with the goddess. In this movie, Clash of the Titans in the remake, let me tell you about Clash of the Titans, bitch. Let me tell you about Clash of the Titans. Perseus in Clash of the Titans is literally the quote sun walking through as the solar deity. Perseus is the sun god. Perseus is the sun, and his traverse through his quote 12 labors that he must traverse in order to get to the booty. What's the booty? The princess Andromeda, whose mother Cassiopeia offended the gods by saying that I'm beautiful. Not only am I beautiful, but my daughter, she's the most beautiful thing that ever existed. She's even more beautiful than Aphrodite. Was it Aphrodite? I think it was Aphrodite that she offended. Feel me? And so the guys was mad, like, who you haughty bitch? Who you think you is? Now your daughter gotta die. She gotta get fed to the Titan. And we took that story, especially those of us who grew up in the 70s when the original one was made. Going back, and I love that movie, but going back to the original Clash of the Titans and then the remake that I was so mad about, and I kept saying, why is this an ongoing thing? Again, this is before I got on the walk with the goddess. Why is this an ongoing thing where all of these movies that are like the anthems of our youth, Sinbad and the Seven Seas, and Jason and the Argonauts, and Troy, and all of these stories, the way we were told was how they were quote written by the original Greek philosophers. That's how they were told in the 70s. But fast forward in our entry into a new century that promised to change everything, all of the remakes of the story have been the same. They have had a common thread of connection. The common thread of connection is about an age where the children of the deity, listen to what the fuck I'm telling you, the offspring of the deities would usurp power, would overthrow Olympus, would usurp power. What am I saying? What am I saying? Because when they did that remake of the original remake of Clash of Titans, where they turned the Pegasus pitch black, right? Pegasus had always been Snow White in every movie, right? They turn when Zeus attempting to help his son, right? His son, Perseus was like, I don't want your help, nigga. I ain't never seen you. I ain't never met you. You understand? My dad died on the sea. My dad was a fisherman. Man that raised me was a fisherman. Fuck the gods. That was his whole position through the whole. Not only fuck the gods, when he finally accepted because he fell in love with Andromeda, he was like, okay, I'll do this shit, but it's only because I get a wife at the end. You feel me? I'll go on this mission, but it's only because she fine. This gonna be my boo. But outside of that, when you remember in the original Clash of the Titan, Zeus was helping him all along the way, gave him the magical shield, and gave him, the little magical owl, the little mechanical owl, right? And gave him the magical sword, and was giving him all these gifts to assist him on the way. In the remake of it, Zeus was trying to put out all these little trinkets to help him on his mission. And he was like, I don't want this shit. And even the soldiers that he was traveling with, like, look, man, I don't know what your beef is with your daddy, but like, you need to take these tools because what we about to roll up on ain't no joke, and we gonna need all the help we can get. He was like, I can do this shit on my own. I don't need his help. His whole thing was fuck the gods. Even his daddy who raised him, which is supposedly why he died, was his daddy was fishing or something, and these demons came or whatever. You feel me? And he was like, I don't pay homage to the gods. What have they done for me? I'm poor. I have to work like a slave every day. I'm telling you what the man said in the very beginning of the movie. I'm poor. I have to work like a slave every day just for us to survive. Damn the gods. The gods have never done anything for us. We did this. And then he died. And so his son was like, fuck the gods. Fuck the gods. You feel me? Why is this important? Because when I first saw it, I was like, what do you mean fuck the gods? You know what I'm saying? But this is an astrological story. So we have a knee-jerk response to the theater presented to us, the play, the chessboard presented to us about the moves, the goings on in these planets, these stars, and these constellations, and their relationship to one another at different periods in human history. That's what the story was about. And the reason that the story had to be retold from the 1970s and our entry into the 20th century is because the retelling of the story was the demystification of this period that we are both feet in right now. We right the fuck up in it. This story where God no longer exists away from us, outside of us, above us, manipulating us through threads from up on high in an invisible plane. That the rebellion being put right in front of us in every last one of these kids' movies in particular, what's been put in front of us is the guarantee by what? The two most rebellious planetary archetypes in our entire solar system. Pluto entering into her neighbor. Pluto entering into the sign of Aquarius, governed by the planet Uranus. Prometheus, the light bearer, the light bringer. He who stole fire from heaven, stole Zeus's source of power from Olympus to bring to mankind so that mankind could be, quote, enlightened by the light bringer, the light bearer. Who else sound like that? Who else got that story? Who else got that story? The light bringer, the light bearer. Who else got that story? Sound familiar? The light bringer, the light bearer. Anybody? Lucifer is the light bearer, the light bringer. He who falls from heaven, he who is cast out of heaven. They didn't say he was cast out to hell. He was cast down to earth. He was cast down to earth. Yes, Claudia Ankara, Oshun, aka the planet Venus, is known as Lucifer. Oh, it gets deeper. It gets deeper. I ain't gonna go that deep because I didn't. But we have to know this because it's in our face. This movie, Clash of the Titans. I just told y'all a few days ago, that last live that I did, why I was struggling because that movie that Sage Page had been kicking my ass to watch, and I didn't want to watch it because I don't want no smoke, man. I don't want nothing scary in my head. Right? I've been old for a long time. Like, there's some shit you can't unsee, and that's why I don't watch scary movies. But then I saw this breakdown, this 20-minute breakdown this kid did about the movie. And I was like, oh my God. Well, there it is. There it is in your face. Not just in your face archetypically. The little thing that she used to cast the spell, what did she use? She used the little bell. And what was on that little bell? The number 6 and a downward facing triangle. What's the downward facing triangle? Alchemically. What's the downward facing triangle? It's the uterus. You understand? And so every time she wants to, quote, steal somebody's essence to prolong her life, right? She ring the little bell, she do her little thing with her little blood and they little thing on the little stick or whatever. I'm gonna watch it. I just have to get myself ready, and it's got to be in the daylight. You know what I'm saying? It can't be at night. But that movie, The Hag That You All Hate, the red-headed, old, so old we can't determine her time because we don't know how many people body, how many people essence she done stole. Right? She with the number 6 on the bed. What's the number 6 for? What's the number 6 for? For our 6th planet. What's the 6th planet? Saturn. Saturn is the 6th planet in our solar system. Not only is Saturn the 6th planet in our solar system, the planet Saturn has this atmospheric anomaly that still puzzles everybody. That's been around as long as it's been discovered, and people don't know how long it's been there. Is the hexagon? Quote, the hexagon, the 6-point geometric shape in the clouds at the North Pole of Saturn, right? Of the planet. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. And so what was I getting to? Prometheus. The reason that this story is so important, and I also got to go back and watch another scary movie. That's kids' movies and scary movies. That's where they be hiding the deepest shit. I saw it and it messed me up so bad, and I saw it when it came out, so I didn't remember like anything deep about it. But now I got to go back and watch that scary ass space movie called Prometheus, because I know there's something hidden in it that I'm supposed to see. Because Prometheus, I've been telling y'all this for a year. I was like, damn, I'm gonna have to get deep into this Prometheus study because it keeps coming up everywhere. Why is Prometheus showing up so much everywhere? So the reason I mentioned it within the context of this particular year, Uranus entering Gemini, while we have a 47th 9/11 president, turning, I think he turned, did he turn 87? Is that the age that he turned in July? In June he turned on his birthday when he did the military. He was going to do the military parade for the 250th anniversary of the founding of the Army. And hardly anybody showed up on his birthday. And his birthday, I forget, I don't even remember. But anyway, this past summer, when I think he turned 87, as we are entering into Leo season with Jupiter in Cancer, as he is turning, I think 87 or 88. And but when Uranus entered Gemini, and his Uranus is in Gemini in his personal birth chart. Okay, his Uranus is in Gemini, his Mars is in Leo. So his Leo, that would either make him a great, quote, king, ruler, president, or a bad ruler, president. Mars is in his Leo, right? As 2 planets just entered Aries. As 2 planets for the first time in 12,000 years just entered Aries, his Mars is in his ascendant sign. His Mars is in his ascendant sign as his archetype, Uranus in Gemini. The actual planets, Uranus entered into Gemini in his ascendant sign, is in his ascendant sign in Leo. You can't make this shit. As the new face of global white power names himself Pope Leo. As the new face of global white power, names himself Pope Leo. And what's his number? Let's see. So that's 8. Goddamn. Let's see. That's 8. 7. Yolanda said, you got me side-eyeing my own chart. Girl, listen, I have been I still hadn't gotten this woman. She flaked on me to finish helping me with my chart. So I told you half my chart is still a mystery. So I'm sitting here writing down my own shit based on the astrology for this month and all the shit that's showing up in my chart. Trying to decode my chart myself. So anyway, so Prometheus, aka Uranus, aka Aquarius, because that's the planet. Prometheus, aka Uranus. The house is Aquarius. Aquarius has a grudge against Zeus because the story of Aquarius is one of child trafficking. The story of Aquarius is one of child trafficking. The story of Aquarius is that Aquarius was Ganymede, was the boy child, was a teenage child, was an underage person who was Prince of Troy. He was the Prince of Troy, a Prince of Troy. And he was out in the field minding his business one day, and Zeus, doing what Zeus do, looking down from up on high. These are metaphors. Looking down from up on high, saw something that he liked and could seize possession of because he, as God, can do and take whatever he wants, turned himself into an eagle and swooped down on Ganymede, the boy child, and scooped him up and took him to Mount Olympus to serve as his, quote, cup bearer, his water bearer for eternity. But the problem is that what is a cup? What is a cup? What is a cup? Because you have to remember about the perpetual sex changes of these archetypes too. The cup has always been a metaphor for the uterus. Okay? The cup has always been a metaphor, at least in antiquity, for the uterus. Okay? And since Ganymede received a sex change, by the way, in the story, as did Zeus, as did Kronos, as did all the heavenly bodies. In these sex changes of all of these archetypes, there is an insidiousness that resides in the story. So Ganymede, the underaged child minding his business, gets kidnapped by a giant eagle, representative of the all-seeing eye, the power, the ever-present power of the sun gone rogue. That's always destructive. What did I tell you about the sun going rogue in Chinese medicine? That the yang, unanchored by the yin, is always destructive. Doesn't matter. Always destructive. So the eagle, as the representation of the sun, the destructive aspect of the sun, swoops down, kidnaps the boy child to hold him hostage in Olympus, serving as his water bearer, his cup bearer, right? His water bearer. Well, what does that mean? If in antiquity, the cup was always a metaphor for the uterus, it means that this child had been made a sex slave. And they even say as much. And that's why when males in antiquity kidnapped these archetypes, exclusively female goddess archetypes of even older antiquity than that, and gave them all sex change to establish themselves as gods on earth, everything that was a story, a metaphorical anthropomorphication of this explanation of the universe, became literal in its application in the possession of the sun gone rogue. Do you hear what I'm telling you? So when there's a story about a great sun god in the sky who can do whatever he wants because there is none higher than him that can hold him accountable. Why is there no one above Zeus that can hold him accountable? Because in the very story, Zeus acquired power through the usurpation, the overthrowing of his father Kronos. Isn't that the story? And that Zeus became paranoid later on down the line because he received the same prophecy that, quote, his father received. Upon the birth of his children, he received a prophecy that one of his children would overthrow him and become the most powerful. That's why, quote, Saturn devoured his children, was in an attempt to prevent the prophecy. And then later on down the line, Zeus receives the same prophecy that one of his offspring. And why did he have so many offspring? Because in unbridled, unanchored power, he went to and fro, raping and pillaging, making half God, half animal, half everything, babies all over. So he had grudges everywhere that needed to be fulfilled. He had created grudges everywhere, and he received a prophecy that like he and his three brothers that usurped the power of Kronos, aka great grandmother Crone, that like she had received a prophecy that she would be overthrown by her offspring, he too received a prophecy that one of his offspring would do the same, would usurp his power. Why does this matter? Because I just told you the other day that the name Jacob means he who usurps. Why did I tell you that? He who usurps. Why did I tell you that? Because in a 60-second YouTube clip about Game of Thrones and the characters of Jaime and Cersei Lannister, the twins, right? How they were twins. She was born first, and as she came out, he was holding on to her ankle as he was born. That's the same story of Jacob and Esau. It's the same story of who were we talking about not too long ago? Damn, man. We were talking about somebody else that has that same story. Damn. I can't remember because now I'm tired and it's late. But anyway, this story is repeated everywhere. Jaime Lannister, usurps the destiny of his female twin sister. That got me on another wormhole. It did. Why are there so many twins in Hollywood? Why are there so many twins in Hollywood? I was like, why are there so many twins in Hollywood? Let me see how many twins there are in Hollywood. Let me just see how many twins. Another usurpation. The god Apollo, the sun god Apollo, one of Zeus's many, right? The god Apollo, his damn. I think it's the god Apollo, his twin is let me not lie. I think his twin is Apollo is a twin, by the way. Apollo is a twin. And Apollo's twin, I want to say, is Athena. I want to say Apollo's twin is Athena. And Apollo's twin is Athena. Ares, the god of war, he has a twin. His twin is the goddess of discord, Eris, who's supposedly responsible for the fall of Troy. That's Eris, Ares' twin sister, whose destiny he usurped. Artemis, thank you. Apollo's twin is Artemis. Who did I say? Athena? Artemis. Yes. The goddess of the hunt. Not only the goddess of the hunt, isn't she the goddess of childbirth too? The goddess of grain and corn, the goddess of animals and vegetation, and the goddess of the hunt. That's Artemis. Okay, let me tell you what else I want to tell y'all. Let me just try to run through this shit quick. Okay. So another thing that has been coming up a lot. And I'm like, this shit, that's why we all have to be in the same space. Okay, God damn it. You women and men who've been following me any particular period of time, we have to be in the same place. Because I'm telling you, this weaving we doing, and we could do it better if we was right up in here together, working this shit out with like poster boards strewn everywhere, taking pieces. What else have we been talking about a lot since January when I did that? And I don't even remember what brought it to my attention to do. God damn it, man. On the quickening, I don't even remember what brought it to my attention. I don't even remember what brought it to my attention, but I was like, damn, once it came to me, I was like, oh shit, I was in a wormhole. Because I did like three episodes of y'all about the quickening. And how the quickening in the possession of the sun gone rogue. Only in the possession of the sun gone rogue. Because it went from being only about, quote, proof or evidence of life. Proof or evidence of life is that moment when the mother can finally feel the baby moving. First movements. But how, as the sun went rogue and all of the stories and all the archetypes started changing, the meaning of the quickening changed too. And the meaning of the quickening in modern day, in almost every movie you can name, child, the quickening is synonymous with headlessness or beheading. Headlessness or beheading. Why is this important? Right? We've been talking about, I've been telling you, like, oh my God, because even when we was reading the Bible, I was like, oh my God, like this whole thing about headlessness is everywhere, right? So today, this girl is talking about the astrology for the next couple of weeks of November. And so she does a lot of she incorporates a lot of like asteroids and stars into her, not just the planets, asteroids and stars heavy in her astrology. So she says that as Uranus, as a matter of fact, it started on the 7th. Uranus stationed retrograde in Taurus on the 7th. Uranus stationed retrograde in Taurus on the 7th. Yeah, lunatic astrology. Yes. And will remain in retrograde in Taurus until April 26th. And so, of course, Uranus is retrograde in Taurus, aka the sign of the bull. And so she talked a lot about the bull market on the stock market. The bull market on the stock market, right? So she said, be paying attention to like bull archetype, especially in the stock market, this, that, and this and that, right? She said it's quite interesting that this Uranus transition into transition retrograde into Taurus is also happening in the star sign Algol. Algol And the star Algol, well, with Uranus being in Taurus and Algol, she says, she says that this is heavy symbolism for decapitation. I don't know what that means, but something to do with decapitation. Uranus retrograde in Taurus and in Algol, something to do with decapitation. I said, what the fuck? Like, wait, what? And we've been spending months. I've been telling y'all, oh my God, I found it again. Oh my God, I found it again. Decapitation. Headlessness, whatever. Right here, right now, happening as of 2 days ago on the 7th, and then Uranus in retrograde in Taurus until April 26th. But some kind of decapitation energy. That's what she said. Some kind of decapitation energy. I'm frozen? Am I frozen? Okay. All right. Okay. So retrograde, retrograde. So Uranus is retrograde in Taurus. Uranus is the innovator. You're thinking about Promethean energy. For those of you who are rocking with the archetype of Shango, I'm going to do it tonight. Rocking with the archetype of Shango, I'm about to go back and read some of his stories, some of his apothekeys, to see if there's anything that comes out that stands out, particularly any of the apothekeys of Shango in his relationship to Oya. That's what if you want to, like Google it or search it or whatever, search stories about Shango and Oya to see if there's anything that stands out as an astrological metaphor specific to now. Okay, because as Prometheus, again, he is the enlightener. He is the light bearer, the light bringer, savior of mankind. Prometheus. Okay. Some stories tell the story of Prometheus being the potter who shaped mankind. Prometheus as the potter who shaped mankind. When Prometheus, quote, steals, quote, fire from heaven, supposedly in the patriarchal telling of the story, the punishment for man, not Prometheus, the punishment for man was that Zeus fashions the first woman, Pandora. Her name literally means all gifts. The etymology for her name is all gifts. But the story is that she is responsible, right, for bringing all things bad to Earth. There was even a quote yesterday that said something to the effect of it was a quote from one of the philosophers that had written about her, that she, Pandora, was no blessing to man. She was no blessing to man, and that to the poor man she was a curse, and to the rich man she was a servant. I think I forget. But when I tell you, I automatically thought about all these men that be talking about submissive women. She was no blessing to man. That to the poor man she was a curse, and to the wealthy man she was a servant. Something like that. Tell me that is not verbatim, word to word. I want a submissive wife. I don't want no woman who, I need a woman who can build me up while I'm down. You feel me? I need a woman that can build me up while I'm down. You feel me? That's gonna be my ride or die. You feel me? And then for the wealthy man, right? because the poor man need to ride or die, I'll take any, I need a woman, I'll take any of your shit, you feel me? And then the wealthy man, she's a servant, right? Why? Because if he bring in, quote, anything to the table, he need a submissive wife. He need a submissive wife. Is this not like, this was a quote by one of the Greek philosophers writing about Pandora, that she, whose name means all gifts, who was, quote, shaped and sent to earth as a punishment to man for participating with Prometheus in betraying Zeus, he gives mankind woman. Her name means all gifts, but he gives mankind woman as a curse, as a punishment. You feel me? And then the philosopher says, she is no gift. She is no gift. To the poor man, she is a curse, and to the wealthy man, she is a servant. I said, oh my God, this is damn near word for word the mantra that these men have been championing for years now. Like on a broken record repeat of galactic proportion. Do you understand? And then, so that's Prometheus, okay? So that's Uranus, aka Prometheus, aka Shango, in Taurus. Taurus is the Garden of Eden. Taurus is the bull of heaven. Taurus is aka Venus. It's the first sign in the solar travel to through the 12 houses or the 12 labors. I have some other ideas too, right? As a matter of fact, I should say that. So Aries, we always call Aries the sign of war, the house of war, the god of war, the lord of war. Ogun in Ifa tradition is Aries. And in Ifa tradition, Ogun, yes, he is god of war, but more than being heralded as a god of war, Ogun is accredited with bringing civilization to mankind. That his, quote, mastery of metallurgy, particularly of iron, that his mastery of metallurgy is what allowed him to bring technology, civilization to mankind. And that not only was he like hardcore, like metallurgy, shaper of instruments and tools for agriculture and all of that stuff, but he was also a healer, that he had an intimate knowledge of the use of metal in medicine. So typically, if a person is in the medical field, particularly those fields that require the use of metal, like surgical tools and instruments. I was told early on, I told y'all that my godmother, several people in my Ile believed they were taking bets whether I was going to be either Shango's child or Ogun's child, and my godmother was the only one that said Obatala. But that was the back and forth. That's Shango baby, not that's Ogun's baby. And the reason Ogun so heavily was because I work with metal. I use needles in my medicinal practice. I use metal needles in my medicinal practice, and everybody was like, "Yep, that's totally it. That's totally it." Right? And so Ogun is Aries. He is considered a god of war, but that was not his quote primary contribution, at least in Ifa mythology, right? His primary contribution was, quote, teaching humans how to build civilization, how to create instruments, how to do agriculture, right? He is responsible for, quote, bringing civilization to human beings. But I've been thinking about Aries a lot. I told y'all I'm perpetually surrounded by either Aries or Leos. And with Aries, we always talk about Aries within the context of war because that is what has been imposed on our collective consciousness about Aries is the Lord of War. Why? Because the institution that currently rules the whole globe is Rome, which literally means we are the children of Mars. That's what Rome means, children of Mars, right? And so these children of Mars have spent since their inception, since 500 BC, being hardcore, brutal warriors, right? So every time we think about Aries, we think about the hard-headed ram, the one who just want to go to war, who just want to book, right? Who sees red and can't hear reason once they make up a decision about their life or whatever. You feel me? But Aries is not, quote, only, let me say it like this. Aries in his sojourn does not emerge in history as a god of war. Aries does not emerge as a god of war. Aries, and I still have a lot of work that I'm doing with this and I'm sure there's an easier way to do it, but I'll just work with it the way that I am, self-discovery. But I'm talking about from the perspective that we understand right now, the zodiac that we understand right now. Aries does not emerge as a god of war. Aries emerges with the energy and the force and the power, with the yang of exactly what you all are, right? Because Aries rules the what? The first house, right? And the first house is you. For the first house, no matter what your sign is, your first sign, your sign, the month that you were born, your sign will always occupy still the same place, your first house, right? And so Aries in a basic zodiac chart rules the first house, right? So for me, my first house is Gemini because your ascendant is going to be in your first house, okay? And so Aries is the newborn baby, literally. It's the moment that the heavens take a snapshot of who you are the moment you are born. It's you literally, Aries. It's the newborn baby with no past and all possibilities and all potentialities. You as the new, that's the true Aries. It is in the corruption of the story that the Aries becomes vilified, becomes this warrior deity just looking to rape and pillage and rob and mangle to and fro and this and that and this and that. And only if he is in balance will he be the benevolent warrior. Can we imagine a world where the baby never needs to become a warrior? Do you understand? If there is no war, there is no need for warriors. You dig? He represents that kind of possibility. He or she represents in the newbornness with all possibilities and no past, right? No mistakes. Feel me? He represents the possibilities offered to him in his journey from the newness of his life to the fulfilling of his personal destiny. You see? His, which is you. I'm saying his, which is you. Every single one of you who emerged out of your mama's body, bing, right? every single one of you, this is your first house, the moment that you are born, in the snapshot that heaven takes at the moment that you are born. And all of the opportunities and the hills and the valleys and all of the shit in your sojourn through your own personal universe, which is your own personal chart, right? So I was like, let me start thinking about that shit that way. That Aries, or the first house, whatever your first house is, because your first house is your ascendant, and mine is Gemini, right? So I'm saying, let me think about this from the perspective of the newborn baby archetype, as opposed to the warrior archetype, and what his journey would look like, right? And so he moves through as a baby in Aries in the first house. What's his next step gonna be? Into his so from his entry into the world and his first stages, right? Which is what I just said. It is the golden bull calf, right? It is the Garden of Eden, in the embrace of Venus, the mother, right? Who does everything for you. Food just, quote, falls out of the sky. What's the sky? Them titties. Them titties is the sky. Why I say that? Because the universe is Nut, the holy cow, Nut, or Hathor, whose udders are what provide the heavenly milk of the Milky Way galaxy, or the heavenly milk that comes out of your mama's titties. Right? So you are in the Garden of Eden from about birth, right? From about birth to about, you to about 3. In an ideal world, you would breastfeed your baby for 3 years. This is the Garden of Eden, where one does not have to toil for food. Isn't that what they tell us the last golden age was? Was that food just was everywhere. You did not need to toil for food. You did not need to toil for shelter. That you lived to be a ripe old age. You died peacefully in your sleep, where once you died, you would come back to earth to function as angels among men, or whatever the fuck, in the last golden age. That there was no murder, there was no crime, there was no. Isn't that the joy of your toddler years, in the embrace of your mother, your actual mama, right? You don't have to think about shit. You don't have to get a job. You don't have to do nothing. Milk just fall out of titties. You feel me? Like, everything just cool. She always there. She always got you. She pick you up. She dress your boobies. This is your personal journey. Um your personal journey through your universe, right? And so that's the Taurus. And then there's something else. But let me think about it. Okay, so this Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio. That's what I wanted to say. Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn. So much. Capricorn. So much. Aquarius and Pisces. So much. So this thing with your Gemini, Leo, Sagittarius president. Your Gemini, Leo, Sagittarius president at this period this year in human history, where we have an astrological anomaly, that where all the professionals of the world the last time it happened is incalculable, incomputable. They can't even computate the last time that it happened. At the time that this archetype by his birth is threatening the poles of possibilities that are handed by this astronomical occurrence. This astronomical occurrence has within it, these astronomical occurrences have within it every possibility, but including and most specifically two extreme polar presentations of possibilities. He represents the apex personification and presentation of the old age that must go, that began most specifically at 325 AD at the Council of Nicaea. That's what he represents. That's what he represents. That's what he represents. His birthday, where's his birthday at? His birthday, he turned 87 this year on his birthday. And when you take the new Pope Leo, that's the name you choose this year in particular. When he chose the name Pope Leo, that Pope, who is the 267th Pope since 325 AD, since 325 AD, right? 267 popes, and he chooses the name Pope Leo, and he is the 267th Pope. And if you do the first numerological reduction of 267 as a 267 Pope, it's 87. And Trump turned 87 this year. Trump turned 80. You know what? Let me go ahead and I forget what his numerological breakdown is, but let me just go ahead and computate that real quick. His birthday is June 14th. What? Put that down piece of paper. June 14th. Yeah, it's damn, I didn't write it down. I thought I wrote it down. What the fuck? Somebody Google this dude's actual birthday. I think it's June 14th. Somebody search his birthday. Trump's birthday. Did somebody ever search the etymology for the name Donald for me? Because I didn't see it. Did somebody do an etymological search for the name Donald? I'm telling you, it's going to blow your mind. Trump is a different thing because it comes from the word triumph. The word Trump, etymologically, in its oldest etymological breakdown, comes from the word triumph. Triumph. So Trump from triumph, victorious. Yes, the name Donald comes from the Scottish Gaelic name Dominal, which means world ruler or world mighty. His first name, it etymologically means triumph. I mean, his first name means world ruler or world mighty, Donald. John, I forget what John means. I looked it up the other day. Hold on, wait a minute. I have it. I just looked it up the other day because there are two Jonathans in my immediate family. It means God has given. The word John or Jonathan means God has given. So Donald, world ruler, world mighty. I found another etymology. It was like world dominator or something like that. But world ruler, world mighty, Donald. John, God has given. And Trump means triumph. Triumph. Trump. Akin to his already insane birth chart. It probably does. What's his? Lisa J says, does it matter that his last name is not his bloodline name? It definitely does. What's his bloodline name? Uh, Lisa J, what's his bloodline name? Okay. Oh, so let me tell you something else. Um, about these weirdos of the moment. So I talked to you about Nick Fuentes, right? And how he got on this whole thing about Pope Urban, the First Crusades, the and the connection to the current Pope, Pope Leo, and why Pope Leo chose the name that he changed of the Leo, the last Leo, which was in 1881, who beatified the Pope Urban II, right? All that relationship. I got on that because of Nick Fuentes and his yelling out of the year 1099, right? So he's one of the weirdos. Then I didn't even talk to you about Joe because I was concerned because y'all was all hype. I just saw it. Y'all was all hype about this bullshit ass display that Governor Newsom, Gavin Newsom, just put on in Texas to win the hearts of the good folks of Texas yesterday. And he made a speech and I was shook. I was like, what the fuck is he playing at? In this speech, um, um, Lisa J, um, um, Lisa J, search the etymology for this new last name. I do remember seeing that, the Drumpf. Search the etymology for that last name. But let me tell y'all about Gavin Newsom, because he a relatively young motherfucker. You feel me? He got a slick ass little tongue. He ain't ugly. You feel me? He ain't goofy and corny and nerdy looking like most of the quote leaders of the current day. You feel me? And so he got a little swaggerdoja about him. And then he made this speech last night. I said, man, when I tell you they be playing in your face, he said, what did he say? Where's that? So it was Fuentes and oh, it was so deep. Hold on. Damn, man. Where in the hell did I write it? It's got to be on one of these. Because what he said, y'all. Ooh, what he said. Ooh. Damn. First of all, apparently, that was another reason I brought up Nick Fuentes, is apparently the Republican Party has openly declared war on women after Madani was elected mayor of New York, because 81% of registered female voters of New York, 81% of registered female voters in New York voted for Mamdani. That Mamdani took 43% of the Jewish vote. 43% of the Jewish vote in New York. 81% of the women's vote. 43% of the Jewish vote. And so the Republicans have declared a war on women, according to one commentator that I saw today. Where did I write this mess about the governor of California in this bull shit that he said in real time, in plain sight? What did he say? Where's that? Girl, I'm doing too much. Damn, where did I put that? That's the that's not it. Hold on just a second. Damn, yeah. I think it was over here. Son of a bitch. Damn, man. I know I'm just looking right over it, because I just wrote it. Let's see. Oh boy, you coughing up your hairball. And I'm missing a page. I'm sorry, y'all, but I gotta tell y'all this. Let's see. So much. Ooh. Because it's going to lead into the other thing I want to tell. Cut it out. Ugh. Turkeys. When I tell y'all, they be up in here cutting up. Okay? They done found their legs, baby, and it's on and popping. They be up in here cutting up. Ooh, what did he say, man? Wait in the hell did I write that shit? God damn it. He said it's so swift, too. Ooh, he said it's so swift. He was so slick with it. What'd he say? This is what he said. Last night, after like all the voting computations and all that stuff, after the announcements, he was in Texas, and he said, this is Gavin Newsom, that I've been hearing too many, particularly black females, heralding, holding up. Okay. Last night, all swift, right into the introduction of his speech, he says some to the extent of, today represents, listen, today America represents the best of a Roman republic and of a Greek democracy. That's what he said word for word. The best of a Roman republic and a Greek democracy. That's what he said. He said today represents the best of America, represents the best of a Roman republic and a Greek democracy. That's what he said. Do you hear me? And I was shook. I said, oh my God, why did he say that? Nobody says that. Nobody bigs up Rome and Greek society when talking about America. Okay, yes, it was based on kind of like the republic or whatever, but nobody says what he said word for word. Today represents the best of a Roman republic and a Greek democracy. I said, okay, I got to give y'all a little civics breakdown. I'm up in here. I got to give y'all a little civics breakdown. The history of democracy and republic. Democracy comes from the government fashioned in Greece. Okay? It transitioned in the Roman overthrow of Greece to a republic. They kept some attributes of the democratic structure from Greece and quote evolved it and identified it itself, Rome, as a republic. Okay? Today, democracy and republic are used interchangeably. They essentially mean the same thing. What do they mean? Etymologically. Not what your civics teacher told you they mean. In their origin, in the origin of the word and structure, what do they mean? A democracy and a republic. When I tell you, do you know what the etymology of democracy is? Demo means people, and kratos, 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 which is the root of ocracy, right? Means rule or power. And so what they say is a democracy is ruled by the people or power of the people. In their own words, in the etymology, 3 different pages I searched, in their own words, there is an asterisk placed after rule by the people, power of the people. The asterisk is that the word people only applied, quote, this system of government allowed citizens to participate in decision making, typically by vote, quote, with eligibility limited to wealthy adult male citizens, end quote. You are not considered a citizen of Greece if you were not wealthy and an adult male. Wealthy and an adult male. These are the only people that were considered citizens, that were considered, quote, people in the democracy established by Greece. It gets deeper. When Rome, and so that was established in the 5th century, the first, quote, democracy that we hold up today was established in the 5th century BCE. Okay. Rome, the Roman Republic, was established in the 6th century BCE, and the word republic means public affair or a public thing, indicating a state governed by representatives chosen by the public. Okay? As opposed to a monarchy or a tyranny. However, citizens, the public of the republic, citizens eligible to vote. What does it say? Citizens, the public were only citizens that were eligible to vote under the Roman Republic. Citizens who were eligible to vote. Who was eligible to vote in the Roman Republic that Joe Gavin Newsom mentioned today or yesterday? Wealthy adult male citizens in the Roman Republic as well. In the Roman Republic, right? The Roman Republic was synonymous with the Roman Empire. It was synonymous with the Roman Empire. The Roman Republic lasted, let's see, the Roman and the Roman Republic was established. Let's see. It was established. How did that go? Okay, opposed to a tyrant or a monarchy. Okay, so before the Roman Republic was established, was the Roman Kingdom. The Roman Republic, aka the Roman Empire, overthrew the Roman Kingdom, ushering in the Roman Empire that lasted from 20. So when the Roman Republic overthrew the Roman Kingdom, it was the year 27 BC or 27 BCE. The Roman Kingdom had lasted from 509 BCE to 27 BCE. So 500 years the Roman Kingdom existed. Then the Roman Kingdom was overthrown by the Roman Republic or the Roman Empire. And the Roman Empire lasted from 27 BC to 1453 AD. From 27 BC to 1453 AD, as we know it. The Roman Empire as we know it. Under the Roman, quote, Republic, under the, quote, Republic of Rome, Rome acquired, what do you call it? Conquered. Rome conquered and acquired the entire Mediterranean, much of Europe, Western Asia, and North Africa. The empire was split in the 4th century AD into the Western Empire, which collapsed in the year 476 AD during Rome, this portion of Rome, Western Rome's second Pluto returns, and it was split into the Eastern Empire, which ended with the fall of Constantinople in the year 1453 AD. That's your Roman Republic and your Greek democracy that this white boy just talked about in a speech about this period from 409 BC to 1453 AD. We're between Greek democracy and Roman Republican Empire. The majority of the people in that empire were not even considered people. They were not even considered people. They were not citizens, because there was still hierarchies. But those who were the decision makers of the entire group were wealthy male adults. That's it. That's all. Get deeper. Your Senate. Call your senator. 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 There are 100 senators in the United States of America today. 100 senators. I just told y'all the other day that, 78 of your 100 senators, 78 of your 100 senators are millionaires. 78 of your 100 senators are millionaires. The word Senate literally means Council of Elders. Council of Elders. The root word of the word Senate is senex, Senex, which means old men. Now, Google an image of your current U.S. senators. Of your House of Representatives. Of your members of Congress. And then look at how many of them are over the age of 65 and white and wealthy and male. Because of those members of Congress, I just told y'all this the other day too, of your members of Congress, 332 members of the House, 332 of the members of the House are millionaires. And not like lightweight millionaires. There are a couple that are around $1 million millionaires. The great majority of those 332 millionaires. I don't need no more reminders, Java. I'm going to be up in here. But those millionaires, 332, the great majority of them are multi-millionaires. And I'm not talking about double-digit multi-millionaires. 3-digit multi-millionaires. 332 of your members of the House. 78 of your 100 senators. 78 of your 100 senators are millionaires. So you read down here, who made up the Senate from 509 BC to 1453 AD. What is that, 2,000 years? That's more than that. It's 2,500 years. 2,500 years of, quote, Greek and Roman democratic republic. That the only people that had a voice, the only people that had a right, the only people that had a, quote, vote, which I talked to y'all about the other day, quote, vote, were wealthy white males. This didn't just affect, quote, political life in Greece and Rome. That even as these men had established this democratic republic, if you will, that every single aspect of life, because of the deities that were woven into the structure of political institutions in life, everything that came from the halls of Senate by these wealthy white male adults, these, quote, according to this definition, council of elders, aka old men, had the ordination and the divinity of the god embodied in the Caesar or the emperor ruling the Senate at that time. Because anyone who became, quote, king, ruler, emperor, Caesar was viewed by the entire nation as the living embodiment of the solar deity. Why is this important? Because every aspect of life was impacted by this. The taking by the sun gone rogue of philosophical, metaphorical iconography of the age of the mother and attempting to superimpose it literally on the constituency as a method of power and domination. So, for example, I might get a little bit controversial, but everybody talks about how Greeks and Romans practiced homosexuality. But what y'all call homosexuality under so-called Greek and Roman Democratic Republic, homosexuality was a weapon of conquest and domination played out based on the archetypal metaphorical stories of, quote, Zeus turned Jupiter, who came out of, quote, Mount Olympus whenever it pleased him to impose himself on those of whom were his subjects, raping and pillaging to and fro, because that's what gods do. And so once a man became Caesar or emperor or king, he becomes the living flesh embodiment of all the power of the solar deity. So he too can do whatever it is gods do. And so in Greek and Roman society, what y'all quote identify as homosexuality was not homosexuality. It was not. As a matter of fact, I saw recently this documentary about homosexuality, particularly male to male sex in Grecian and Roman society. And they too talked about how these were relationships of dominion. Every time they were quote relationships, arrangements of domination. Every time that the quote wealthy white adult, typically old male citizen, the only one with rights in the nation, would take his pick of whom he wanted from the society, which typically was an underage male child. Those of you who are tuning in on IG, my feed is about to end in 17 seconds. So if you want to come back on, I will, as soon as this goes out, I will bring up a new live. If you want to tune back in, I'll bring it back up live, but it's going off in 6 seconds. Oh, y'all are annoying, man. Troglodytes. Yes, I'm talking about my cats. These little rambunctious turkeys. As a matter of fact, while I'm waiting for that IG to come back up, let me grab something to drink. It's been a minute and my beverage is empty. Okay, I'll be right back. Let me grab something to drink. Dog it, I knew that was going to happen. Damn it. Shit. Sabotage my rig. Turkeys. Oh, y'all asses in the room. troglodytes. Ow. Get from under my feet. All right. So what I was saying is, so what the documentary was saying was they were always arrangements of domination. If you aren't a citizen, if you aren't considered a person, do you have rights? As a 8-year-old, a 10-year-old, a 12-year-old, does your parents have the right to buck against the senator, the citizen who has set sights typically on your male child, to quote, take them into his tutelage, because these children would be taught by these white male wealthy citizens of the republic, but they were their primary job, their primary occupation in the space was sexual servitude. And the documentarian was saying that in this arrangement, the male, the adult male, was not considered homosexual. That only the subjugated in this relationship was considered homosexual. Do you hear me? That, quote, the recipient of this particular form of sexual domination was the only one in the relationship that was seen as homosexual, and homosexual meant synonymous with the value of females. Homosexual meant synonymous with the value, aka the valuelessness of the female. That the male, the white male wealthy adult citizen of the republic, of the democracy, was not considered, it was not taboo. He was not considered gay because he possessed power. Power was what determined his masculinity, not his preference in relationships of sexual domination, because most of these men had wives who were fully aware of their underage male child mentees. The whole concept of boy wives that was replete not only in Grecian and Roman society, replete throughout the Mediterranean, replete through to this day, as a matter of fact, in those areas that you called the Middle East. To this day, in the Middle East. That under the sun gone rogue, right? This story that was a metaphor for the heavens, the mother that gives birth to a son that becomes her lover, is twisted in the birth, in the death giving process of the male mother, aka the son gone rogue. The story is perverted, made literal, and it becomes a weapon of domination. This story that I was just telling y'all about three days ago, about how this story that is replete throughout most cultures of, quote, the mother, quote, the divine mother that gives birth to a son that becomes her lover. This is a metaphor for the daughter who is the mother. The daughter is seen as the mother. The daughter, during the period, the evolutionary period of the parthenogenic spontaneous procreation of self, the mother who turns in on herself and gives birth to herself, her daughter, who eventually in time gives birth to the first mutation of herself, which is the Y bearing chromosome, for the sole evolutionary purpose of the diversification of the gene pool to prevent genetic abnormalities and the diversification of the species, She gives birth to the first male, who becomes the lover to one of her daughters, so that now sex or procreation is not asexual, spontaneous, parthenogenic procreation, cloning, self-cloning. It is now sexual necessity of sexual procreation between her son and herself, which is her daughter. Same exact language when talking about the internal cells of your body that give birth through what you can call parthenogenic reproduction of self, because every healthy cell, before committing apoptosis, reproduces itself in daughter cells. Do you understand? As above, so below, as within, so without, right? And so, but when the son went rogue, envious of every single presentation and story of power in the mother, every single solitary story has been taken, flipped upside down, turned inside out, and reproduced through the whole archetype of a male mother, a male generator, a male creator that spontaneously reproduces himself as a completely devoid feminine necessity, God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit, which is exactly synonymous with what I was telling y'all, exactly synonymous with the mutation that creates the first, quote, cancer cell, the first malignant cell, in an attempt unhealthy in itself, because something has gone wrong within its own DNA, that it forgets its purpose in its job within the context of all the other cells, all the other, quote, healthy cells, the mother cells that reproduce herself in daughter cells. But this same cell, this malignancy, don't just exist on its own. It attempts to do the same thing that the healthy mother-daughter cells do. What is that? To reproduce itself, and in the reproduction of itself that is antagonistic to the healthy cells, what does it do? It reproduces its malignancy, what you call metastasis. Do you understand what I'm saying? And in this metastasis of the unhealthy, mutated, quote, sun cell, what do I mean by sun cell? When you talk about what we were talking about it the other day, when we talk about the difference, because we're talking, cut it out. I'm about to go lock all these cats up. Y'all doing too much. I'm telling you, they in here like doing acrobatics, okay? Like straight acrobatics. When you talk about the progenitors of cellular mutations, one of the primary progenitors of cellular mutations is positive ions. Let me pull out my chart. The little hags, right? Right here, you got a positive and you got a negative, okay? It is the positive ions, which are unpaired positive ions, that cause cellular damage. Boom, boom, boom. There's all kinds of things that cause a proliferation of unpaired positive ions. But positive ions, if unpaired, wreak havoc through the system. Okay? There's all kinds of stuff that cause positive ions. Exposure to radiation in our phones, terrible water. There's a whole plethora of things that cause unpaired positive ions. The only resolution to neutralizing the damage, the deadly damage of unpaired positive ions, I'm talking about in the system, is the exposure, the regular exposure of the human to negative ions. Negative ions, any of you who are into healing or alternative medicine or all these, whatever, then you know that negative ions are the good ions. They are the healing ions. And the places where negative ions naturally occur the most, which is the explanation for why people who live in these areas live longer and experience sickness and disease much less than the general population, is the place where negative ions naturally occur in abundance is dense forest, living in dense forest, living near bodies of moving water, rivers, big lakes, or oceans. So it's dense forest, mountains, rivers, streams, lakes, oceans. Those are where you have the most access to negative ions. And so when you inhale, those negative ions literally scour the system and partner with those unpaired positive ions. And in this instance, they are immediately neutralized. Their harmful attributes are immediately neutralized. Why am I telling you this? Because something else happened. So I told y'all about this Newsom and this bullshit that he said about today. What did he say? Today, on this great day in America that resembles a great, what did he say? A great Greek democracy and Roman republic. Why he say that? Why he say that? The same reason Nick Fuentes was so specific in the year that he chose to go on a quote seemingly off the dome rant about burning women, about how great society was when we was burning women, that y'all would not pay attention to what he said. Listen, the Senate is the council of old elders, more specifically old men. Do you understand? The word vote means a vow, a promise, a wish in a pact of devotion to a deity or God, a solemn pledge, a dedication, a tribute to God. That's what your vote means. Suffrage, I had to go there. The word suffrage, like the right to vote, like women's suffrage, the word suffrage means a prayer, more particularly an intercessory, like intercession, like an intercessory prayer or plea on behalf of another. That's what suffrage means. An intercessory prayer or plea on behalf of another. Aristocracy, the quote aristocracy, the rule means rule of the best, power and strength of the best. Let's see. What else on here? So when Newsom so smoothly and so slickly slid that bullshit, that nostalgic ass weapon on you in his introduction to the speech, today in America as a reflection of the great Greek democracy and Roman republic that was for 2,500 years thrusted upon and rested upon the mass of enslaved people, for the only people who had a voice in this 2,500 years were white, wealthy, not just white. Let me roll that back. Not just white. There were several, both Greek and Roman, Negro, wealthy, male emperors, Caesars, and kings. Let me roll that way back. Wealthy male adult citizens for 2,500 years. For 2,500 years. Mm-hmm. Yep. That was what this white boy was talking about, Gavin Newsom. If you think I'm lying, what is happening in this country? Let me just say, not just happening in this country, but it has unendedly happened in this country. Like we haven't been. He was right. He was right. We actually are living in a Grecian Roman democratic republic. Why I say that? Look at the majority of your sitting congressmen, representatives, and senators. Look at the face and look at their age, and tell me that yes, he is right. We are actually still living in a Grecian Roman democratic republic. But what have I told you? The arch nemesis of the citizen of the republic, the arch nemesis has always remained. The arch nemesis of the republic, the arch nemesis of the empire, the arch nemesis of whatever shade and color it chooses to present itself in with its unchanged ambitions, has been uterus possessing human beings in general. And the darker the uterus possessing human being, the more in particular, with the darkest skinned uterus possessing human beings being the literal antithesis, the literal antagonist, if you will, to who since 509, most specifically 509 BC to today, has been the only citizen which has been wealthy male adults, typically old adults, with the power to do to who they want anywhere in the empire. Where's the empire? The whole planet. They have made the whole planet their empire. Who are they? The three heads of the primordial trident usurped from the mother. Judaism, Christianity / Catholicism, and Islam. I got a word, but anyway. So while he talking that bullshit, I'm talking about Gavin Newsom, talking about Nick Fuentes, and that shit that led us on that whole thing that came right back to the same point. He talking about Leo. He talking about Pope Urban II. Pope Urban II. He talking about the first quote modern holy war, the Crusades. Nick Fuentes in his seemingly simple presentation of 1099. Gavin Newsom say the good here America is the reflection of the great Greek democracy and Roman Republic. Why he said that? Because they clear even if we ain't. So they said that. Then I saw another commentator talking about this boy, Sam Altman, who is the founder of OpenAI. And so apparently there's all this controversy about this white boy because come to find out his sister is in the process of suing him because she was left an inheritance by her father, and between her mother and her brother, they hoodwink, even though her mother and her father were separated at the time that he died because they were still legally married, and he had left the majority of his inheritance to her. But because they were not officially divorced, she was able to usurp the will, and so they haven't given this girl any money. He rich, Sam Altman. He rich. So they show messages where she had messaged him to say, look, I need just a little bit of money. She asked him for $47. She asked him for $47. They rich. She asked him for $47 to get her medication. She has some psychological issues, and she needed her medication, and he would not give her the $47. Her situation got so bad with money that had been stolen by her mother and her brother that she was living in her car. They rich. She was living in her car and ended up, after living in a car for a little while, she was like, I can't do this. I need to secure myself. Started doing sex work. She young. She ain't even 25. She young. And ended up starting to have to do sex work to support herself because she had been robbed by her mama and her brother. So I'm watching this breakdown about Sam Altman today. And when the the content creator, the commentator, was introducing, for those of you who do not know who Sam Altman is, and they showing him in little press conferences and all of this shit, and then he's showing a little clip of a press conference that he was in, and the person who was announcing him at the press conference announced him as the new Oppenheimer. When I tell you they are playing in your face, this dude, who is the quote creator, founder of OpenAI, was announced by this announcer at a press conference. They call him the new Oppenheimer. They call him the new Oppenheimer. The new Oppenheimer. This man, Oppenheimer, who did literally what the astrological mythology of the Hindu tradition talked about as metaphor. As metaphor. What he did, this guy, as they flip the language through what they call fusion, he split the one from itself. That's what he did. He split the atom in what science calls fusion. Isn't that antithetical? Isn't that antithetical? Doesn't fusion mean to bond together, to come together, to make one? Doesn't that mean that? So how does the quote splitting of the atom, splitting of the one apart from itself, become fusion? When I tell you, it's so, I know it seems simplistic, but it's so simple, it's diabolical. Oppenheimer recognizing the significance astrologically of the moment, because he did this during the last Uranus and Gemini. Yes, he did. The last Uranus and Gemini, Uranus, Prometheus, he who steals light from up on high, Uranus, who is always personified as lightning. Even when you watch movies about Frankenstein, how is the dead arisen by Victor Frankenstein? How is the dead arisen? He uses the quote generative power of lightning to animate the dead. And so do you not think that this scientist, Oppenheimer, this scientist knows the metaphorical, astrological, mythological significance of this moment? Yes, he did. What's the evidence of it? Because he didn't even cite Greco-Roman mythology about astrology in this moment. What did he say? He quoted the Bhagavad Gita. That in this moment, what did he say? In this moment, what did he say? Damn, what's the damn quote by that crazy white boy? In this moment, I am become God. I am become death. Isn't that what he said? At the success. At the success, quote, of literally fracturing the universe. Oh, what did he say? Somebody find that quote and put it in the comment section while I go back through these comments that y'all been putting down, but I didn't want to get off my cipher. Hold on. Yes, I hear you, Yolanda. She said the time to get active. That's all I hear. Let's see. My father is an immigrant. I just don't know anymore. I'm thinking of just leaving this whole world on fire, but at least I won't have to worry about being deported. They already clocked my teeth, so I can say it. My sister's in the Dominican Republic. They left. They live in the Dominican Republic now. They've been in the Dominican Republic a few years now. They left Haiti, I don't know, a while ago. But yeah, they're set up in the Dominican Republic. Yeah, they wouldn't be contacts. My sister is a missionary. My sister is a Christian missionary. She's been on that island for 20 years doing hardcore Christian mission work. Let's see. There you go. Thank you so much. He said, I am become death, destroyer of worlds. That's what he said. I am become death, destroyer of worlds. Fusion is combining atoms. Fission is splitting atoms. Both release energy, but fission produces toxic waste, while fusion is safer. Okay, so I had it backwards. All right, cool. There you go. That's what he said, though. I am become death, destroyer of worlds. Why he say that? If he just a scientist, if he just an atheist scientist who don't believe in astrology and mythology, why he say that? Why was this the declaration that he made? What are the worlds that he's destroying? I am become death, destroyer of worlds. What is the worlds he's destroying? I just told you. The worlds that he's been destroying ever since this declaration. You are the world. You are the world. You are the world that he is destroying. Each and every one of you is the sun, and your traverse through your universe. Each one of you. That's what it means when we say mommy and I are one. That's what we mean. And so these men saying out loud, because they are so audacious in their certainty that no one is teaching you, that no one is helping you to see that which has remained unseen. That's why I keep telling y'all this shit. There's a reason that I just went down through this shit that Gavin Newsom said about the quote great American Greek democracy and Roman Republic on this day after an Arab Muslim took New York City. And I ain't got no problem with him, Mandani. But what I do have a problem with is all of the conversation coming from the mouths of men everywhere on earth. And then out of their mouths, we regurgitate their understanding, their worldview of the world. We cannot even envision those on the margin. Even with all this radical, magnanimous, unbelievably amazing shit that I just told y'all over the last 4 hours. We cannot even imagine the audacity to set some shit the fuck off. Some brand new off the fuck goddamn Greek democracy. That's my position. Fuck the Roman Republic. That's my position. Fuck any of the descendants of Greek democracy and Roman Republic. Because I could go on. I probably need to teach an ongoing civics class to you. Because even today, when y'all be barking from the ceiling about the importance of the separation of church and state, and how it is a straight up hoodwink, sleight of hand, tried and tested, tried and true sleight of hand strategy handed to you by the French aristocracy. Yes, it is. The separation of church and state. Sleight of hands. And when I tell y'all, this ain't even close. This ain't even close. And I'm gonna have to do another live that is specific to the topic that I named this. But I will give you an overview because it's so important. It occurred to me the other day on this other Greek mythological wormhole shit that I've been on for the last week. I told y'all I started going back over my name, the meaning of my name, the etymology of my name, and also the story and the relationships of my name, the character that represents my name in these stories, but now seeing Cassandra as an astrological story, an astrological story, Cassandra as not an actual person, an astrological story for whom all the characters in this story are astrological events, not just bodies. The stories are astrological events that have either passed or are to come. Do you understand? So I've been in this wormhole relearning the significance of my name by rereading the different interpretations of the story of Cassandra in Greek mythology, and her relationship to other characters. For example, the word name Cassandra means she who illuminates mankind, she who excels over men, she who enlightens mankind. She who illuminates, she who enlightens. I was like, okay. So that's why I told y'all I was going through this thing where I know I have to get deep into the story, not only with Prometheus, the light bearer, the light bringer, Lucifer, the light bearer, the light bringer, but also Ophiuchus, the serpent bearer, right? The serpent bearer. Because what is, quote, the mission of the serpent, of the divine serpent, is to what? Enlighten from below, not in the falling of earth. He or she who falls, quote, from heaven, who is, quote, cast out of heaven and falls to earth, the light bearer, the light bringer, through the fall. But Ophiuchus as the serpent who stirs from below to illuminate, who brings the light from below. You dig? What does this mean astrologically? In the relationship to Cassandra, who is a twin in the mythology. Cassandra is a twin who gives birth to twins. And my rising sign is the heavenly twins, the Gemini. My sign is Gemini, my rising sign. Just like your beloved Kamala was a Gemini rising. My rising is Gemini, twins, who is governed by Mercury, the two in one, the twins in one, Eshu, aka Alegba. My son is Virgo, ruled by Mercury, the two in one, and is considered the sister sign of Gemini. You understand? What does this mean astrologically? What does it mean for my own personal traverse through my 12 houses? Quote, 12 labors for each sun deity, right? And the reason I mentioned this in my little traverse back through, I would encourage everybody to do this, as a matter of fact. Let me not get too off course. The reason I mentioned my name, Cassandra, and I've been going through this deep hole of my name, re-understanding my name within the context of astrology. Cassandra, not as an actual person in history, because she wasn't. She, Cassandra, just like every other story, is an astrological event. Every story is an event. It is something that happened. It's an event, right? So Cassandra was an event. What does this event mean in the grand scheme of things? And so in this deep dive, I rewatched the miniseries called Troy. It's a miniseries. It was only like 2 seasons. And it's called Troy, Fall of an Empire. The Fall of an Empire. Troy, Fall of an Empire. I think it's on Netflix. And everybody, it didn't get a lot of traction because everybody was mad because they got a brother, a black man, dark-skinned black man, to play Achilles. And so all the white people was mad because Achilles was played by a dark-skinned black man who was in both a heterosexual and a homosexual relationship. He was in a loving relationship with a fellow black male soldier, and he had a captive from a priest of the Temple of Athena, I think, a priestess in the Temple of Athena, who was captured by Menelaus's crew, and he didn't want nobody to hurt her, so he kept her. And so the three of them had this, expanded bisexual relationship, and the white people was hot. I remember all the controversy about it because it was actually very good. I think Joaquin Phoenix is in it. As Paris. As Paris. This is the only telling of the fall of Troy moved from the story, because kind of clicked in thinking about it. But Cassandra was the sister of Hecuba and Priam. She was part of 19 children of Hecuba and Priam. And so her most famous brother was the one who was killed by Achilles. I forget his name. The one who was killed by Achilles. So anyway, in the story, Cassandra is in the story, but she is basically a stereotypical Cassandra archetype. She's not crazy. She sees the future, and she's always trying to tell everybody, to put everybody up on game, and nobody believes it because, quote, that's the curse of Apollo, is that she would see the future, but nobody would believe her. And so because nobody believed her, they was like, this bitch crazy. And so Priam had her locked up, and she foretold the last son that they had that if he lived, if he didn't kill the baby at birth, that the baby would be responsible for the fall of Troy. In this story, the whole story, because it's multifaceted, all kinds of things happen at the same time. Paris is promised, if he chooses Aphrodite, because each one of the 3 deities, goddesses, Eris is not in the story though, and she is a primary player in the story. Eris is not in the story, but in this story, these 3 goddesses, Hera, Aphrodite, and Athena, are squabbling over a golden apple, and inscribed on the apple, it says, "To the fairest of them all." To the fairest of them all. And they all squabbling. And so another deity, played by a black man, people was mad. Another deity says, "Look, we gonna have to solve this in a game. Find a mortal, you feel me? And whoever the mortal says is the fairest, that's who the apple gonna go to. The golden apple gonna go to." They find Paris, who is at the time he has been raised. He doesn't know that he's a prince of Troy, because he's been raised on a farm by a man who found it. They didn't kill him at birth. The people couldn't kill him, so they took him out to the woods, and the man found him and raised him as his own. And so they find him, and they say, "Look." So all three of the goddesses are promising. Deity says, "Look, if you give me the apple, you say I'm the fairest, I give you the most beautiful woman in the world to be your wife." He's like, "I like the sound of that. I like the sound of that." And so he chooses Aphrodite. And this is what kicks off this boulder of events. They put Eris in the story, which is interesting. They do put Cassandra for the first time, which too is interesting. I'm gonna tell you the reason I got up on this, because I could do a whole breakdown of this thing. It was so great, especially watching it the second time with the intention of just focusing on Cassandra as an astrological event. That's why I did it 4 days ago. I rewatched the whole thing, just thinking about, okay, what do I need to come through now that I'm thinking about Cassandra not as a person or, quote, an archetype, but as an actual astrological event written in the heavens for us to glean something from. Baby, I didn't get much from Cassandra, but let me tell you what had happened, which is why I entitled the name of this thing, "The Real Trojan Horse." What did I say? The real modern Trojan horse is white women. And I knew it was going to be controversial, and so I really want to take my time with it, but I do want to give you an overview. That watching this, as a matter of fact, every single adaptation that I have watched of the story, this telling of the fall of Troy, now knowing, because Troy, this whole story is not real, okay? The fall of Troy, the Trojan War, this is not real. This is not a historically identifiable event. The entire story is an astrological story about an event. Okay? Now, so watching the story, you monstrous little motherfuckers. Ooh. I might have to resolve this. Anyway, thinking about it that way, and every telling of the story, but this one is the most brutal. I'll tell you, this miniseries, I think it's on Netflix, is Troy, the Fall of an Empire. This is the most brutal telling of the story. And I think that's why I hit it. Isn't every also in response to the title of this thing, this other thing that's happening in real time in entertainment. I just talked to y'all the other day about how I typically don't be following drama in entertainment, but this quote pseudo beef between Taylor Swift and this girl Kayla Nicole. You trying to come back inside, boy? Let me get my fat cat back in. Come on, boy. Come on, man. You coming in? Boy, why you sitting over here? I think these cats up in here run shit. Anyway, between Kayla Nicole and Taylor Swift, it's relevant because apparently, because I was off social media for 3 days, Kayla Nicole, because Taylor Swifties do what they do. They protect white innocence, white frailty, and white supremacy. That's what they do. It is what they are known for. So anyway, I was up in here. Rooting like everybody else. She did that. She didn't say a word out of her mouth. All she did was lip sync. What was it? 67 seconds of an old ass song, and she got a licks off because Taylor Swift was really trying her stilo. And everybody kept defending it. I don't think it means what y'all think it means. I don't think she did that on purpose. Every excuse in the book to defend the presumed innocence of white female femininity. No matter how diabolical, she's standing smiling with a guy with a giant red swastika on his shirt, and y'all got a million excuses. She is dressed, obviously, like an SS soldier dominatrix, and y'all will call it everything but what it is. She released with this dog whistle esque album, a line of jewelry with 8 lightning bolts, aka S's, pairs of S's, and an 8-point star as a dog whistle to the notorious 88 that is a subverted way of saluting your fellow white nationalists with Heil Hitler. Play in your face, knowing that scores of millions, even as they can see in plain sight what it is they see, will call it everything and say everything but what it is, and fight to the death to preserve the presumption of innocence and frailty and femininity that is white and female, blonde and blue-eyed. And so, just like what they do, they went to work when all these black people and even white people and all the races in between was bigging up Kayla Nicole after being, quiet and, and all of this stuff from when this girl's album dropped, taking the shots. And in a 67-second video, took off the gloves, popped the shots, and went on about her business. And everybody was bigged up. And all these black people was like, yeah, don't mess with us. I was up in there. I was like, you better do that. Now, hopefully this will squash it. I knew that was not likely, knowing the nature and the particular period that we are in, where white supremacy in its most peak personification is attempting to rescue itself, is calling out all the soldiers. That's what the dog whistles are about. Do you think that the entertainment industry is immune to that? So, like they do, being able to preserve the presumption of innocence and femininity and frailty and the need and the damselness, the need for defense, the need for protection, the need for preservation, knowing that scores of millions of miniature white nationalists, because that's what they are. They can call themselves Swifties. And they too, in the scores of millions, even black-skinned Swifties, they too can be preserved and protected from the accusation of their participation in white nationalist tactics and strategies to rain down on some black woman who will always be the proverbial enemy, the proverbial bad guy, the proverbial monster to white femininity. Right? And so I get up today and the whole internet is ablaze because the little girl got her little shots off. And then the Swifties went to work as the unofficial militia of the state, as the unofficial as the unpaid police of the state, and did what they do and unearthed a mass, child. I wasn't even gonna get involved. And then this commentator started showing on like a loop. It wasn't one or two fucked up what you call it? Tweets from 15 years ago. It was so many. It was so many. I was like, oh damn, man. Girl, why you ain't clean up your shit? why you ain't clean up your shit? Because some people were saying, don't you know that you just being played by this white woman to rain down on this black woman? True enough. But there wouldn't have been shit to play, child, if you would have had your PR people wipe your goddamn web history of the dumb shit you say when you a kid. And she wasn't even a kid. She was in college. But the shit that she said, y'all, even when I was unconscious, like way unconscious, the shit this girl said would never even bubble up into the front of my imagination. So I'm sorry. Without a deeply profound retrospection on your life that you admit to the public as evidence that you have evolved from this really not too far distant past. You was a college aged adult when you did. You wasn't in your teens. You was a college, the black girl, child. And when I say she had smoke for everybody. She was talking about niggas with the hard ER. She was talking about Mexican women. She was talking about homosexual males. She was talking about trans people. And when I say the most malignant tirades, on and 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 on. She was talking some MAGA stuff before MAGA was even a thing, because this is 15 years ago. So this is before Trump even ran the first time. These are tweets from 2010, 2011, before he even ran the first time. When I say it was deep. Because it was deep. Taylor Swift, who she is. She is a white nationalist. She is. And until she come out into the world and make the declaration, this is not true. I am not you can't tell me otherwise. Not only is she a white nationalist, she is not even a subtle white nationalist. She is an overt white nationalist. You ain't gonna convince me otherwise. Her followers may be more subtle in their white nationalism because they think it is just a devotion to this one female pop star that they can relate to, but they too are the what you call them, the disciples of a white nationalist, and in their disciple ways as followers of hers, they behave like white nationalists. They behave like the police. They behave like spies. They behave like spooks who say out a door. That's how they behave. They become her personal army to preserve her whiteness, to preserve her, quote, pristine reputation that is not in no way pristine, but she becomes the face of unending absolution. Yes, she does. Yes, she does. Yes, she does. And at the same time, this young black woman, Kayla Nicole, who everybody was rooting for, first of all, I say what I said. She should have wiped her shit. If she didn't want to get found out, she should have wiped her shit. You feel me? But now that she has been found out, this could be a period of a redemption arc for her. Because there is, without an explanation, same thing I said about Taylor, without an explanation, without a declaration of and proof of evolution, the shit that she said was out of control. Even for somebody that is, quote, unconscious, like politically unaware. I sat up in here. couldn't believe that the words were deliberately typed out by the hand of one who was born with black skin. That's how bad it was. That's how bad it was. That's when I tell you that's how bad it was. 20, 30 tweets. 20, 30 tweets. The oldest, the most recent one that was terrible was so from 2010 to 2017. Yo, y'all know me. I got a potty mouth, so I don't care about cuss words. That ain't what it was. Ooh, it was so foul. It was when they say that the girl was saying everything as harmful as she can that was transphobic, xenophobic, homophobic, against Native Americans, against Mexicans, against black women, about how much she can't stand black bitches, this and this. Maybe she has the one thing I can say, she was an equal opportunist, whatever you call it. When you anti everybody, when you got smoke for everybody, like everybody. Oh, somebody mentioned she had smoke in all of these texts for everybody and all of these messages except white men. I was like, ouch. 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 Not one negative statement. Oh, whoop. She got a particularly peculiar thing for fat women. Ooh. She went off and in on multiple diatribes about fat bitches. I said, whoa. While pursuing a college degree, child, she was in college. Maybe she had smoke for it. And I mean, y'all, when I talk about us, black women, because I know we got our faults, we got our things, but I don't think I've ever used this word directly in relationship to a black woman. Every single one of them multiplicity of tweets that she initiated with her own black hand, diabolical. I was like, who is in her brain, child? I couldn't believe it. Because I wanted to root for her so bad. I really wanted to, man. Because that video she did, listen, it was some gangster shit. It was a gangster move. Child, undone in a week. A gangster move was undone in a week, child. In a week. Chestnut checkers, bitch. Chestnut checkers. Because honey, these Swifties went to work. 48 hours later, she was undone, child. She has been dropped by her management company. All that. Undone. Because you don't understand the state. Because you do not understand the arms of the state, the personifications of the state, how the state impacts every single aspect of your damn life. You don't understand the state. And so you think y'all out here equals. That's what you think. You think y'all out here on the same playing field. You in this contest with this weirdo white girl. Feel me? The reason I mentioned them is because they are not separate from what is happening in New York and the chaos that it has caused. It is not separate from what's this dude's name? The head of the FBI. It's the FBI. The Indian dude, Viva, whatever the hell his name is. What's his name? The head of the FBI, the Indian guy. Child, he makes a declaration 2 days ago that in all his years as a Republican, he has never witnessed such racist hatred and vitriol in his party. And he starts showing all of these texts, monstrous messages from Republicans that was bigging him up just a half a second ago. Child, the year ain't even over yet. Just a half a second ago, all this they got. If you got to have one color guy in your camp, it might as well be this guy. He was that guy just a half a second ago. Child, the floodgates have opened upon him starting on Halloween Day. when he showed pictures of his two children, his two Indian babies, in their Halloween costumes, and the white people of this country directed to the director of the CIA, child. No, it's not Cash Patel. The other Indian guy. It's got his name starts with a V. What's his name? Oh, I cannot remember his name. His name starts with a V. No, he is not the head of the CIA. He was running for governor of damn. Was he running for governor of Oklahoma? Where is he? He was running for governor of Oklahoma. And then yes, Ramaswamy. Swami. Him. He posted pictures, Vivek. He posted pictures of him and his kids on Halloween. And child, these white people, ooh, child, it was really gruesome. It was really, really gruesome. The floodgates. It was like they pulled from deep within themselves to unload on him. And they did. And he has been an outspoken, adherent devotee of the GOP. Baby, them white people let him know over the last 4 days. They let him know that once, thank you, Negro adjacent brown skin person, for giving us the scapegoat that we needed for the moment, but your ass ain't needed no more. And you need to be reminded. You need to be reminded. And they reminded he was, crying crocodile tears about how he's never experienced this kind of racism. He's never witnessed this kind of racism in the years he's been devoted to the GOP. And then another Indian woman had to call him out, pulled out all the receipts, all his old tweets about black people being the worst thing that happened to the United States. When I tell you Oya is the great revealer, child, when I tell you Pluto in Aquarius is removing all the masks, throwing back all the veils, opening up all the curtains. You understand? Opening up all the curtains. She flinging that curtain to reveal the mediocrity of he who propped himself up as Most High, aka the Wizard. The mediocrity, the basicness of he who, in the propping up of himself as the Most High, didn't use this illusion of power to help, to heal, to uplift, to upraise. No, in his mediocrity, put forward as this illusion of utmost power. He did what those who always have access to utmost power and is accountable to no one, terrorized, caused harm, caused tears, initiated assassinations. How you gonna get a little girl named Dorothy to go out? You ain't even gonna pay the girl to go stage a hit. You understand? To stage a hit. And this is the period. Astrologically, this is the period. If you have me tell it, if I go and watch this second Wicked, I can probably tell you astrologically what this period represents. The goat in this movie, the last animal that has the ability to talk, who becomes the renegade rebel revolutionary, staging an underground movement to liberate the animals, the thinking goat. Who the goat? Me with my Capricorn moon. Have me tell it. Me with my Capricorn moon. Who the goat? Hold on. I wrote it down somewhere. Who the goat? I just read today in this deep dive that I have been in. Did you know that the etymological origin of the word wait, let me not misquote. So the word tragedy, which is a form of theater back in the olden days, in Greek and Roman days, tragedy was one of the different types of theater. Okay, you had tragedies, you had comedies. Do you know what the etymological meaning of the word tragedy is? Bloat. Okay, bloat today. The etymological meaning of the word tragedy means goat song. Goat song. Goat. Tragedy means goat song. Goat song. Goat song. The origin of why, supposedly, yes, that's true. I just looked it up before I got up on this live. The apparently the reason that this became the origin or the meaning of the word tragedy is because tragedy, as a type of theater, was a specific type of theater that was in honor of the solar deity Dionysus. And Dionysus gave oh, I forget who. But who was it? Of course, because the goat is the consort of Dionysus. And there was a particular guy, I don't remember his name, but in the story, Dionysus gave this guy the goat as a gift. The goat as a gift. And I can't remember. I'm going to have to look it up or print it out or something. But anyway, that's the relationship. The literal etymology of the word tragedy means goat song. Goat song. Goat song. Right? So there's that. And then Venus enters Scorpio this week coming. And in the energy of this Venus that enters Scorpio and then squares Pluto, entering Scorpio, she said this is synonymous with the power of love and the love of power. And she said because this is happening, this is Venus entering Scorpio and squaring with Pluto, that this energy represents, she said, look for, and over the next 3 weeks, a woman who wants to stand up for something, to speak out for something, or to, quote, reveal something that's been hidden. That's what she said. She said, look for a woman, somebody famous. But when I'm going to tell you, Pluto's everywhere. Oh, yeah. Pluto's everywhere. Venus, the goddess Oshun, entering into Scorpio and squaring Pluto. She says this represents some public, very epic declaration represented by Venus entering Scorpio, squaring Pluto, the woman who wants to stand up for something, to speak out for something, and to reveal something that has been hidden. This, she said, until November 20th. That energy. Look for that, right? Then back to this Uranus energy. Uranus as Prometheus. Uranus as who? Shango. Uranus as who? Aquarius. Why is this significant? Because Aquarius, probably more than anybody, because of the period that we're in, it's in Aquarius, is the rebel, is the revolutionary rebel who defends the oppressed, particularly those who are sexually oppressed, gender oppressed. That's Aquarius. Gender oppressed, sexually oppressed, that's Aquarius. And so when I'm telling you this story about Percy Jackson and the lightning bolt thief and how Zeus is afraid that somebody wants to overthrow him by stealing his source of power, Prometheus, aka Uranus, aka Shango, aka Aquarius, the water bearer, stolen by Zeus in the personification of an eagle, kidnapped, trafficked, taken up into heaven to do just like the Greeks did, literally, in attempting to recreate the metaphorical mythology on earth as the quote solar embodiment in the physical world of the sun god. So he, Zeus, kidnaps the underage male child to take him into sexual servitude in Mount Olympus, and every single solar deity personified in the flesh emperor attempts to do the same thing literally in the society, with the normalizing of the forced quote rapture of male children, the forceful taking away, the forceful carrying away, the rapture, the eagle who just raptured this child from out of his homeland, from his parents and his people now. You feel me? The forceful quote rapture, carrying away of these male, specifically male children in the 2,500 years of so-called great Greek democracy and quote great Roman Republic that this white boy just heralded in this damn speech in Texas yesterday. The forceful quote rapture, carrying away of children by the wealthy old citizens of empire, wealthy old male citizens of empire. You feel me? And so Uranus, she says that this Uranus in Gemini, because the United States of America's chart is Gemini. The America is America's chart is that it is a Cancer moon. I think it's a Cancer moon. It's a Sagittarius sun and a Gemini rising. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. I think America's triad is a Cancer moon, a Gemini ascendant, and Sagittarius sun. Okay, and so she says that with America's chart the way that it is, Uranus in Gemini represents America, and she said Uranus in Gemini for America represents attack. It says open air attack by open air enemies of the United States. Attack by open air enemies of the U.S. Right? And so she's talking about the obvious thing that everybody is talking about, which is the conflicts that the United States has deliberately placed itself in, particularly in the Ukraine, in Russia, in the Middle East, and increasingly it's setting its sights on West Africa, particularly Nigeria. Okay, boy, damn. If I come back over, you better come your ass inside me scratching at my door and then don't come in. Hold on. And so, of course, she was talking about the quote obvious, what she say? The quote obvious open air enemies of the United States. But let me tell you the thoughts that I had. Is what these people around the world were saying 5 years ago when this event was coming, Pluto in Aquarius. Hey, cut it out now. Was what everybody on Earth was saying, except people in the United States. Because again, all of these big events are still happening within the context of Pluto in Aquarius. America's first Pluto returns. What does this mean? All these men in positions of power around the world, where the conditions of women are increasingly worse everywhere on Earth, can be talking to and at each other all they want. Right? She talked about Uranus and Gemini specific to the United States of America's birth chart, and this representing, quote, an attack by open air enemies of the U.S. I started thinking about all these astrologers talking about America has no future if it does not face its origin. If it does not face its origin. What did I tell y'all 2.5, 3 hours ago? That everyone was saying the same thing. That the only way for the United States to evolve, that the only way for the United States to have a future, as promised by Pluto in Aquarius, is to face natives. Yep. Is to face the descendants of enslaved Africans and black-skinned indigenous people to the Americas. Yep. Because more than one thing can be true at the same time. To make what we call today Mexicans. Yep. There's a reckoning coming. And so while y'all talking about, quote, conflicts that y'all have malignantly created, seeded around the world as, quote, open air enemies of the United States. First of all, y'all created every illusion of opposition. Y'all created. You understand? Second of all, you got all these black-skinned, red-skinned, brown-skinned, yellow-skinned people in this country. Bunches of them. And I know. But my personal position is, because we have some differences that need to be reconciled. We can't just say, okay, well, let this be the starting point and we're gonna move forward. We can't do that. It's impossible for us to do that. And so with the information that we have, I understand why Black people have taken, in general, the position that they have taken, which is we ain't going outside, we ain't demonstrating, we ain't protesting, all that stuff. That's my position too. However, when talking about astrologically why this period is so significant, why it's so important, why it is literally screaming to rally on our behalf, we just have to be more deeply strategic, and reacting is not going to do it. Just reacting is not going to do it. Just reacting is not going to do it. Because Uranus, also, the other thing that is most important about the energy of Uranus is it is the great innovator of all the signs, of all the planets, of all the houses. It represents the lightning strike of illumination that psh, bing, that brilliant, seemingly divine spark of inspiration that comes seemingly from out of nowhere, but you can see it is clear in your mind as if it was sitting in front of you. This divine, massive spark of inspiration, that too is what, quote, Prometheus, because Prometheus as an archetype was the game changer. Man, if you will, according to the bastardized story of Prometheus, man was doomed to darkness, was doomed to barbarism, was doomed, quote, if you have the white world tell it from their point of view, doomed to eating raw meat because they didn't have no fire. You feel me? Man was doomed. And because, quote, of Prometheus, man got fire. Man was given the wisdom to use fire, aka the fennel leaf, how to sustain it, how to use it, how to cook with it, how to do everything with it. This represented the sudden point where where you have had all the conditions in place for seemingly long period of time, unable to see any change, but the conditions are right to guarantee the outcome. And then that sudden moment where the still water goes from still to boiling, it happens in an instant. But the fire has always been there, making sure, guaranteeing with absolute certainty that if all the conditions are in place, you don't even have to debate about it. You don't even have to guess about it. The outcome is certain. If you have fire, if you have a pot with some water in it and you have a fire underneath it, you don't have to guess. When all of the ingredients, when all of the conditions are there, even if you do not see the change happening at a molecular level, all the conditions that are in place are guaranteeing the outcome, which is the still water transforming into boiled water, which over time will transform from a visible material force to energy that's still there in a different form. Prometheus represents that kind of shit, the innovation, but the quick. He represents that place in between the steel and the boiling, between the states, between the unseen and the seen. The baby that's in the mama's body, and you know the baby's in the body, you still can't see the baby. In that moment where that first part of that baby's head and the light of the sun hits the very top of that moment. You understand? We have, for the first time, incalculable known history of the planet, all 5 outer signs, all 5 outer planets in fire or air signs. Which is quick, which is rapid, which is transformative like lightning, which is clearing like lightning, which is moving out of the way like lightning. Oya, aka Pluto, is the winds of radical transformation. It is the tornado that swoops through, and it only lasted 5 minutes, but in that 5 minutes, it then pulled everything that wouldn't sturdy and clamp down out the fucking way. It's that. It's those two energies. Clearing the way. Quick, rapid, radical, necessary transformation. But it also, at the same time that it's clearing, burning away, clearing away, moving out the way, it's saying, I'm doing the heavy lifting, bitch. So are you going to let your mind imagine something so much more than what is now, so much bigger than what has been? Are you going to free yourself so that the bigness of the planetary Uranus, Prometheus, Shango energy can allow you to envision something brand fucking new? knowing that the building process is happening within this period that guarantees the rapid execution, rapid implementation, rapid transformation. This is the period, and it's all we have. We have these 20 years to make this shit pop, to create a whole new revolutionary, evolutionary culture, a whole new. That's why babies are bored. That's why young people out here bored, miserable. Inspiration, baby. Inspiration. New culture, new movements, new traditions, new rituals, new archetypes, new stories. Mm-hmm. New architecture. Like, just everything new, everything new. Even as via Sankofa, we have an extraordinarily rich foundation from which to erect the radically new. See what I'm saying? Not to replace everything, to take what is useful from the past, what is useful, what is dynamic and useful, what is dynamic and useful from the past. Not dogmatic, not oppressive. Take only what is useful, applicable to the now, to construct and shape the absolute radically new. That's it. That's the only option that we have. And if we ain't talking about that, if we talking about, well, according to the Constitution, according to the right to vote, if according to that's why the Democratic Party, and that's why the Republican Party, and I'm sitting here reading about the history of the Democratic Party, the history of the Republican Party, the history I didn't even know till tonight about the Bull Party, the Bull Moose Party, the Bull Moose Party that was a viably contending party, the first party that Theodore Roosevelt ran under, the Bull Moose Party. I just found that out tonight. And then to know, because Teddy Roosevelt, y'all liked him because he was a radical Republican. When he couldn't win in his own party, he ran as a radical Republican. This was the party of the black people who were responsible for the implementation of central banks. And I tell you, perpetual sleight of hands. Perpetual sleight of hands. People talking about, well, we did move to the Democratic Party because this. Perpetual sleight of hands. Perpetual sleight of hands. All the way back to your Grecian democracy and your Roman Republic sleight of hands. That the god of these societies was Zeus, aka Jupiter, whose colors were red, white, and blue. Each and every one of them. Even before them. The colors of the solar personification in his peak personification of, quote, Horus, aka Ra, was red, white, and blue, the falcon headed. In his high noon personification. That was repeated literally. This is an allegory in the philosophy and, quote, the religion, made, quote, tried to be made a reality by Akhenaten. So we can blame Rome, we can blame Greece, we can blame Europe, that they had a long ass history lesson through which to revert to over and over and over again, with Akhenaten declaring himself for the first time God incarnate, and that there can be no other gods but me. Akhenaten, the implementator of monotheism on ancient Kemet. And it was a forceful, violent, militaristic imposition, not only of the erection of the supremacy of the solar deity, but then he systematically went through. He was 19, I think, when he did this? 19 years old when he did this. He systematically and simultaneously erected the sun to the status of the father, while simultaneously destroying any evidence of the adoration of the mother anywhere. He was destroying temples, Akhenaten. He was destroying temples. He was commanding that people cover over the faces of goddesses, Akhenaten. Mm-hmm. So they had plenty. They had plenty of reference material to declare that they were the sun god incarnate in the flesh. Because before Akhenaten, what did Pharaoh say? All the pharaohs, what did they say? They were not the in the flesh personification of the sun, the sun. They weren't. What was the declaration of Pharaoh before Akhenaten attempted to raise the sun up above the status of his mother? What did Pharaoh say? He said, before any law, before any change in the society, I am the morning and the evening star. Whatever words proceed from my mouth, it is as I say. The declaration, as soon as I open my mouth, whatever I say is made real. It is a declaration of me as the morning and the evening star. This is through whom my power as God incarnate comes from. But who was God incarnate prior to Akhenaten? The morning and the evening star. Who was the morning and the evening star? It was not the sun. It was Venus. Venus as the center of all society, religious society, mythological, philosophical society, agricultural society, and political society of the Mayan and Azteca people. It was Venus. Their entire calendar centered around Venus. And then Akhenaten was probably like the shot heard around the world. Akhenaten, closest to the equator, making this declaration that at this moment, what Oppenheimer say? what was that quote again? I gotta write that shit. So in this moment, what did he say? Damn, I can't remember that. What did he say? I am. Somebody tell me what he said. Oppenheimer. And they just said this kid, Sam Altman, they're calling him the new Oppenheimer. I am become death, the destroyer of worlds. This is what Akhenaten said in that moment, that he slayed the mother and exalted the son above her and attempted to erase her existence from the collective memory of Kemet. That's what he did. He wasn't no different than Oppenheimer. He became at least the more modern archetype through which Caesar set his trajectory. And from Caesar to Constantine. And from Constantine to on and on and on and on. They all did it. They was like, damn, this shit really worked. They really believe this shit. When we do this shit, literally, when we take the mythologies, when we take the archetypes and the stories of heaven and literally apply them on earth, warfare literally applied on earth, not it being a metaphor about astrological events. Nope. We gonna do this literal child sacrifice, ritual all of this shit. These were all stories and metaphors about the heavens that these males crowning themselves gods among men who are greater than the mother and in every way acting out literally what for the majority of the matriarchal age had been metaphor, not literal. So, and everything is impacted by it. All of us are impacted by it. All of us act it out. As long as these archetypes live in our head through the perspective of the male as opposed to the female archetypal origins, as long as that's the accepted idea, Greco-Roman most notably, this is how we will behave in the world. This is what Jung taught us. If he didn't teach us nothing else, because he was corrupt as fuck too. But if he didn't teach us nothing else, the archetypes live in our subconscious mind, live in our limbic system. They can be changed as we rewrite the stories, as we change the language. As we change the language. And so going back to this story about Troy and Cassandra and the Trojan horse, baby. I'm gonna save that. I would save that. Because that's when we gonna have to plow into. We have to plow into. Because she is the Trojan horse. Yes, she is. The story that I told y'all about Taylor Swift, she is the Trojan horse. She is the modern Trojan horse. Every one of them until they switch sides. That's the only way. It's the only way. I won't get no deeper than that. I'll pump the brakes on that. But so today now is the 10th. Mercury stations retrograde today, November 10th. Stations retrograde in Sagittarius. November 11th. Jupiter stations retrograde in Cancer until March 11, 2026. So these next 48 hours are huge. The temple's 3-year anniversary is on the same day that Jupiter stations retrograde in Cancer. And there's also that other day that some of y'all get holidays for. I don't know if y'all get holidays for it, but November 11th is also the V-Day. You feel me? And so I did a whole long live about the history of Veterans Day and how y'all don't think they pay attention to numbers. That the treaty, I forget the name of the treaty, but the name of the treaty that basically gave rise to the formation of that ended the First World War. The Treaty of Versailles, the peace treaty to end the First World War, was signed by the world governments that were involved in the First World War. The Treaty of Versailles was signed on 11/11, on 11/11 of 1919 at 11:11 a.m. Universal Time. You hear what I just said? The Treaty of Versailles to end the First World War was signed on November 11th of 1919, which reduces to the number 11, at 11:11 Universal Time. That's when it was signed. And this is where you get your Veterans Day from. That deep dive into the history of November 11th is the reason that the temple was born on November 11th. So Mercury retrograde begins today, November 10th, in Sagittarius. November 11th, Jupiter stations also retrograde until March 11, 2026. And then let's see. So the Mercury retrograde, the Jupiter retrograde, and then also Uranus is Uranus retrograde in Taurus. So Uranus retrograde in Taurus, Mercury that started on the 7th. Mercury retrograde in Sagittarius, Jupiter retrograde in Cancer. That's all jumping off this month. Venus entering into Scorpio and squaring Pluto. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's all I can think of. I got so much more, but I think that will do for the time being. Uh-huh. That, let's see. That. Let me just look through a couple more things. I think those were the big takeaways. Was that bullshit that Gavin Newsom said, and Nick Fuentes and Sam Altman. Those were big for the last 48 hours. The headless, the decapitation theme as Uranus retrograde enters into Taurus, and how Uranus also Prometheus represents shock and awe because it's like lightning, shock and awe. So that's where that was coming from in preparation for now. Let's see. I'm thinking we need to have like some kind of event, some kind of like uh I don't know. We need to take advantage of my travels across this country and all the reservations I ended up on. We need to have like a, I don't know, like the declaration of a state of emergency of you know, I don't know. Well, let's think about that. Let's see if we can get one of the reservations on board with us having like a, listen, like a retreat or something. Let's see. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah. Yeah. That thing about at the very beginning about all these quote spiritual religious islands that are men only islands, and these men wake up, chant, and all the islands are in honor of quote feminine goddesses, archetypes, Mary, and the Japanese ones and all of that. Feminine archetypes, all on islands inhabited solely by men that ain't can't even female animals, large female animals inhabit the island. That's why I talked about that Pope making that big old display about kissing the feet of the Black Madonna. This is spell casting they're doing. These men. The focus, the object of that which they are attempting uh, to keep subdued, keep encaged. It's a ritual. It's a ritual. You've seen it before. If you've ever watched The Golden Child, there's a plethora of movies where the object is in the center and on the four cardinal corners of the cardinal directions, its antithesis is quote praying, chanting to keep the object subdued, encaged, powerless. That's what you're seeing when you see the Pope quote make this put on this little show for you, these little theatrics where he's betraying the mother every time. He's betraying her with a kiss. killing her with a kiss. Every time you see him lay prostrate and supposedly kiss the feet of the Black Madonna, this is him spell casting. Here she is surrounded on all sides 24 hours a day in the Vatican, surrounded by male mothers, men in robes, adorned in the colors of the Iyami Aj, the red, the white, the black. And she held captive in this castle, surrounded by men. The spell casting. And wherever you see it, the Wailing Wall, that's spell casting. Who's the object? Who's the subject? Females. Who's the subject? The divine feminine energy. Who's the subject? Especially at the Wailing Wall. It's the great grandmother Crone. It's the goddess Saturn that everybody talks about is the devil, is a terrible cult, this and that, and this and that. That's who they're praying to. The little black box on their forehead at the Wailing Wall. Who is the subject? Who is the object? Who are they directing these prayers of submission? These prayers of subjugation, these sing-songy mantras of domination at the Wailing Wall, at the other black box in Mecca, the black box on their forehead at the Wailing Wall, the black box in Mecca, the quote architectural anomalies of black boxes being erected all over the country by Elon Musk's and Jeff Bezos's. And who is that? It's great grandmother Crone. The governess of time. The horror. Do you know what horror means? Hora. Horror, which is where the word hour comes from. Hours. Hour. Horror means the correct moment. The correct moment. The horror, or the hours, the goddesses of time, are known as the Sisters of Destiny. The horror, the 12 Sisters of Destiny, the 12, quote, hours of destiny. Their names are Anatolia, which represents her hour is the hour of sunrise. Agay, her hour is the first hour of light. Musia, her hour is the hour of music. Mesimbria, her hour is the hour. Oh wait. Okay, the next one is the fifth hour. It is Nymphae or Nympha, which means the bathing or washing hour. The Mesimbria is noon. Sponde is libation, the goddess of libation. Alete, the hour, she rules the hour of prayer. Acte, she rules the hour of pleasure. So you, after you pray, you have pleasure. Isn't that something? They ain't at odds with each other. After you pray, you have an hour of pleasure. Hesperus is the hour of, she rules the hour of the evening. Dices is the hour of sunset. Octos is, she rules the night sky. She rules the night sky. A goddess whose domain is every hour. Ahura, Sisters of Destiny. For time or the hour is the correct moment, means the correct moment. Yeah, so anyway, told y'all I've been up in here and I ain't even touch on a minute. But I will say this, because I meant to, I had it in my hand and then got on my digression 5 hours later. We're going to start, I'm going to do it when I get up, because I'm going to go to sleep as soon as I get up off here. When I get up, I am going to create a new process for the next stage in the reinitiation of the global conspiracy to right our wrongs. So, we had a document that we needed to do things to in order to, so we'll focus on what the next document is going to be. I'll do that over the next 24 hours and have that ready for y'all on the 11th on Tuesday. And then every day at 11:11, so adjust for your time zone, 11:11 universal time. No matter where we are, we're going to recite together out loud so that our Ashe can spill into the universe the global conspiracy to right our wrongs. And I will tell you what the focus is, what the ritual is, so we can get it cracking. Okay? All right. So hopefully everybody was fed off of this here live that I didn't intend to be this long, but it is what it is. So hope you was fed. If you was fed, but not if. Consider making contributions to the channel. Information is in the description box. So you guys know that I'm running a GoFundMe campaign right now. And so that is one thing that's happening. I'm actually in the process of organizing a local kids workshop to teach them how to make awesome noisemakers. So I'm organizing that. Pay attention to the Etsy store because I'm daily putting new stuff up on the Etsy store. So go to Etsy.com and then just search Daughter of the Fates, Fates, Daughter of the Fates, Fates on Etsy. That's another way that you can support this fundraiser that I'm doing right now that is of some serious urgency. And what else? Readings. You can also inquire through the temple email address, which is evoemetemp @gmail.com. evoemetemp @gmail.com. So the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, evoemetemp @gmail.com. You can email me to inquire about readings. Right now, I'm not doing wellness consultations. The 5 elements wellness consultations, I'm not doing that right now. And I'm not doing that right now. What I think I'm going to end up doing is instead of doing one-on-one wellness consultations, it's just a lot. It's just a lot. Instead of doing wellness consultations, what I'm going to start doing again, honestly, probably after the new year, is start just doing short wellness workshops as lives, probably through Patreon, where we can talk about an issue of interest. You can submit interests, topics of interest. I could go back to doing it by season. That's cool. Like what you need to do, what to look for in the transition transition from season to season, how to gently transition through a wellness process from season to season according to 5 elements theory. We can do that. So yeah, just a lot. I'm trying to rework my portfolio. I'm trying to work this GoFundMe. So the other thing is I get it. Times are hard. This is a crazy time of the season. So even if you do not have actual funds, money that you can send, you can always share my shit. Share my lives, share the links as comments and other people's shit that might be interested in the topic at hand. Copy and paste my links, my channel, my videos, everywhere. You send them as emails, send them as text, share my shit. I'm telling you, you have to share the videos, not just so I can attempt to sustain myself, but this is valuably, urgently, timely information. Everything that I've been dropping for months now it's so, especially in the face of what is happening every single solitary day in this government, this information is, I'm telling you, it's going to allow us to not just talk about what we are observing, but give us in real time the antidote to what it is we are witnessing. I'm certain of it. Certain conversations we ain't gonna be able to have up on here, but I'm certain of it. And so That's the place that we need to get to. Like, I don't know how to facilitate it. I'll be honest. I don't know how to facilitate it. But we have to start having face-to-face meetings, in-person meetings, behind closed doors meetings. Phones can't enter the space kind of meetings. Like, we have to start. Now's the time. Now's the time. That is the time. That was the time. And so that has to happen. So support the GoFundMe. The link for the GoFundMe is also in the description box below this video. Don't debate about it. Send the link to anybody right off jump. Just blast it to people, because you never know. That's what the weaving process is. You may not have no money, and the person to your left and the person to your right may not have the money to donate or contribute to this process. But you never know. Sending it to random people without thinking about it, oh, they ain't gonna do that. That be the person be like, you know what? I happen to have a little bit of extra resources. I really like what this is saying. You understand? I really like the basis of what this fundraiser is for. Let me go ahead and support, because I don't know when I'm gonna come up on this kind of money again. And then that be the person that meets a great portion of the need. So share the GoFundMe link. Share share my videos. Share my videos. I'm going back over videos that I did 2, 3, 4 years ago. If you want to have your mind blown, if you thought tonight was cool, my brain hurts. If you want to have your mind blown, go back to 2 summers ago when I did 3 videos in a row on the history of the duality of red and blue. The history of the duality of red and blue. And have your feelings hurt about how you have been handled as an object of the empire, who, even though you go through the motions of, quote, casting a vote, you have never been a citizen. You have never been a subject of the empire. You haven't. If you are not old and wealthy and male, you have never been a citizen of empire. This empire right here. And they're telling you in your face today, as they round up and kidnap in broad daylight men, women, children, babies, the aged, the elder, disappearing people in broad daylight. And people have been so strategically shocked and awed, traumatized, that they are too afraid to protect and defend and take courageous action in defense of human life. Right here today, that men predominantly, but not exclusively, men and women will don a mask and a uniform and hold a gun, because strategically this wicked institution here has chopped away and chipped away at their ability to support their families, and they feel like they don't have it. Doesn't make them any less traitors. I'm not making excuses. I'm telling you how this institution works. I'm telling you how this institution works. And if you cared to see it, you would have seen since our entry into the century, probably. But most specifically, because Obama was the starting point for this peak period that we're in. The guarantee of trust, faith, and belief. The reigniting of hope and faith in the system. He opened up the floodgate that is what we are witnessing now. He is. And so share the videos. Share the videos. I cannot say it enough. The moment is urgent. The time is ours. It's ours. But it's not going to fall in our lap. We have to take it. The time is ours. It is an absolute destined guarantee. But the certainty of the guarantee can only be met with our equal and opposing action. That's it. There ain't no way around it. It can only be met with our equal and opposing action. That's it. Not reaction. Our equal and opposing action. Not retreat, not reaction. The forethought, the foresight, the prudent planning, the learning, the trying and testing and reproducing, the coming together regularly. That's it. That's it. That's it. So if you want to make a Zelle donation, you can use the temple's email address. That's for Zelle and for PayPal. It's evoemetemp@gmail.com. To send a Cashapp, $, Daughter of the Fates, Fates. And Venmo is my name, Cassandra, Cassandra-Floyd. That's Venmo. So those are ways that you can make a direct donation, or you can support the GoFundMe. The link is in the description box below. Also, all of the information for Cashapp, PayPal, Venmo, and Zelle are down below in the subject header. Plus, I did a lot of studying today. All of those links that contributed to this, the reference links, the YouTube videos, and the articles are in the description box below. I would encourage you to look through those links. They mind blowing. They pretty mind blowing. And now I'm gonna say good night. As a matter of fact, let me just go ahead and read our conspiracy as we go to sleep. We are the breakers of curses, the casters of glorious conspiracies, and the creators of the new world. I, Cassandra-Floyd, am a divine instrument of my mother's divine will. As such, I am protected and guided by the sacred blood and water of my mother, Jacqueline Jeanette Cook's body that anointed my entry into this life. I am divine because she is divine. Mommy and I are one. I call all of our mothers to this moment. I call on they who govern everything, all time and every space in between. They with she with 1,000 names. Today it is Oya, Yamaya, Oshun, Iyami Aj, the divine architects of existence, assuresses of the new age. Mommy and I are one. I call upon all the divine ancestors in the ashe of every mother on earth to break every curse ever cast upon the mother and her children, in all timelines and in every dimension. Mommy and I are one. We, the mother's divine children, conspire together today to forever bind those who have or would harm you, great mother. Mommy and I are one. We conspire together today to destroy everything and everyone in every timeline and dimension that is caused suffering and despair. Mommy and I are one. Today, we embody the sacred and divine power of our mothers. Today, we the tree, we the weavers, rewrite all time. Today, we the tree, we the weavers, rewrite the book of life. Today, we, our mother's children, call the winds of change. We conjure the primordial dark. We summon the sacred serpent deep from within the earth. We subdue the rogue sun. We control the light. We heal the harm. We embolden the fearful. We instill courageous action. Today, we are staging a global evolution as is our mother's divine will. Mommy and I are one. We, the architects of the new age, now create the new institutions, the new traditions, the new cultures, the new ways of being. We ecstatically welcome the radical destruction of all institutions of hate and harm erected by the godheads of war. Mommy and I are one. We have the power. We have the voice. We are the portals of change. Now we employ our sacred breath and we give life and sacred blood to this conspiracy. Mommy and I are one. We command, come the wind, come the storm, come the lightning. Capture and judge all godheads of war and all betrayers of the mother's divine will. Bring their confusion and war to an immediate end. scatter them to oblivion, never to be resurrected. We are the fates. We are the furies. We are the Iyami Aj. We are the disseminators of divine time, divine retribution, divine rectification, and evolutionary justice. Mommy and I are one. We are the restorers of heaven on earth under the mother's divine reign. We wake the sacred serpent from her sleep to assist us in this sacred assignment. Mommy and I are one. Love unlimited is our birthright. Harmony is our birthright. Ecstasy is our birthright. Pleasure is our birthright. Freedom is our birthright. This is her divine will, and we are the divine executors of her will. We speak her will into the now to reverberate throughout all time, all space, and all dimensions. It is certainly as we say, forever and ever. Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. Ashe. So that is how I will bid you, wonderful human beings, good night. And I'll see y'all sometime tomorrow. Probably in the evening because I have 10 million things to attempt to accomplish tomorrow during the business day. So sometime in the early evening, maybe 6 tomorrow, I will be up on here. Until then, have a wonderful evening. Sleep well and deep. Have great dreams. Pay attention to your dreams, and we'll talk again tomorrow. Peace.